Hey everybody. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Yeah, Kami, I could try switching it over. I'm not sure. Think so? Okay. I'll just make sure that the fact that it's Realm Reborn content is in the title of the stream. I could see it working either way, because there's still people who don't know that Heavensward is a game option. They're just still following Realm Reborn.
Yeah, I had that issue till the other day.
Which makes me think, like, should I leave it as Realm Reborn? Because there's a lot of people streaming Final Fantasy XIV, and, like, it's kind of hard to get noticed in the mix, or... I don't know. I'll go ahead and switch it to Heavensward. We'll see. It's not super important. I'm mostly recording it to put it on YouTube to have the full playthrough. It was really just like Memorial Day that we got a ton of people.
I mean, it's an issue with Twitch that they choose to do it that way.
Yeah, right? It's the fact that they like have game as the primary discovery method is pretty tricky. I'll try to update it, so I'm simul streaming to YouTube now as well, which is pretty neat. Trying to make sure that's on there. Both Realm Reborn and Heavensward. And I should probably add my little text letting people know that they can watch on YouTube if they're buffering. We're waiting on Matt to connect. He said he's going to be a couple minutes late, so it'll be a couple minutes before we formally get started anyway. Give me a sec to do this. Let's see. Hey, welcome back, Darkstar. Darkstar might queue with us for the 8-man dungeons we've got coming up so that we don't have to skip the cutscenes, because if the 2 tanks are watching the cutscenes, there's not a lot the 3 randos can really do about it. But if that doesn't work out for whatever reason, the recommendation is to go ahead and skip the cutscenes and then watch them in afterward. It would also be fine. Yeah. Even on main story quests, are there a lot of people you think that are queuing as tanks for that?
0 to 50? I don't know. Probably still a lot of tanks. I don't know. Let me look at my. Let me look at the roulette. The main scenario is giving you a decent amount of poetics, but not law. So that's.
Oh, does the amount of that scale based on how badly needed you are? I didn't realize that.
If you're an adventurer in need, then I think you get EXP and gil, but not tokens.
I see. You had a question for Kami and Darkstar, right? Oh, we're waiting here.
Oh yeah. So I was wondering if there was any notion on what eye level we needed to be for Alexander come 2 weeks, or I guess about a week and 0.5. Because if I need to grind to I-170, then I can do that. But I did not know if that was required, or if just get the 170, 180 weapon and you're good to go kind of thing. I didn't know if we had any indication yet.
can you boot your Chocobo
Yeah.
Apex?
That's what I was telling Marstead a second ago, Kami, is like it's incredibly quick looking with the low requirements to level up, so I assumed it'd be close there, but I didn't know if we had any confirmation.
That's probably good guideline then.
But that's interesting. So I've pretty much done all the dungeon content with the exception of the 2x primals. I have not queued for those yet, so it sounds like that should be my goal before I do that, is to more leveling.
Yeah,
or
definitely
up, rather.
stands to reason.
Yeah.
Could do some, let me go grab my one for today. We could do some treasure maps while we wait on Matt. It's a alternative way to raise gil. If we get lucky, we get 7 million.
Oh man.
That squirrel mini pet.
Oh God, I zoned in here and I saw a bunch of exclamation marks on the map. I got PTSD thinking I had more quests to do.
I haven't done any quests basically since since we unlocked Sestasha, unless if it's a quest that's unlocked something specific, I've stayed away from it because originally we were like, okay, so clearly the ideal way to level an alt is to do the quests in an area, so I'm like freaked out that I don't want to use them up and
Right.
just do anything but quests to level up. So
I don't know why, but I
everywhere.
thought the exact same thing when I started. I was like, I'm going to use the quests for my alts, so I want to save them. And it just doesn't make sense to do that 1 to 50 because they buff everything else with armory bonus that affects everything else. It makes no sense to do quests really to level. And I applied that logic going forward and just decided to do quest everything 50 to 60. But Kami was exactly right. If I had been doing the hunts, that would have easily made up the EXP that I was missing from just doing the quests. I was thinking like somehow in my head I was going to get 30k or something for each list of hunts, and it was 30k for each hunt on the list that you did. So it added up very quickly.
I'm just trying to get another map. If you have one already, either of you, I think I sent you maybe one, Philip.
I think I may have that.
Foreskin.
I have a ton of mail I haven't checked. Did you send me a bunch?
Yeah, you probably have one for every day you were gone. What I don't know if it works if you can like get one and then immediately mail it back to me and like basically have a infinite storage loop between the two of us.
Oh man, breaking the system.
It's funny, Kami. Yeah, so I hear that in Heaven's Word, it's incorrect to save the quests. You really need to do every single exclamation point on your first playthrough if you want to get to 60 without having to grind fates forever.
I mean, you know me. I like grinding, so it hits me less hard than most people, but I still feel like the leveling process is easier than the old WoW or whatever. So you're going to give me a quest that I can just keep doing this to that, and that'll get me 90% of the way, then I'm spoiled. You know? I'm not really going to complain too hard.
I mean, I'm 57 Fisher without going into Ishgard zones or doing any Fisher leave quests or anything. From finishing up like Orange is the New Black with Andrea and pressing the A button every 15 seconds or so. Yeah, I hear the Fate experience is really bad. I bet they'll change that. I bet they'll either reduce the amount of experience needed to level, and that's just kind of like an intro to the expansion, or they'll increase the armory bonus for 51 and higher characters.
Yeah, I did my one Fate in each zone just to make sure that it was just going to be that 10K or whatever stupid thing it was. I was like, yep, I'm not doing that. Not time efficient. And apparently the issue now is that there's not very good HP scaling on the hunts that you do to gear up at the end game, but there is on the fates. So it's kind of like, why did they do that?
Yeah. That's interesting, Kami. They added a cool new skill to all the gatherers where like your perception still matters if you're gathering an item that doesn't have an HQ version like crystals, in that based on your perception every so often you have a chance to gather significantly more than one of that item. So like I've gotten like 8 wind shards in one mine before. And the market hasn't quite corrected for that yet. Crystals are still selling for boatloads. There we go. Foreskin map.
Oh, I did Dark Star Kami. Savara 2.0 is great. More scale.
I got a map in Mordona. Right over there. Oh, there's a Tarask fight? Interesting. Alright, let me see if I can figure out where this is.
Yeah, the boss vocalizations is like the one thing that they didn't translate during the middle of the fights.
Oh yeah.
Which is fine because it's an addition, and now I get to hear "Nanimono da" type things being yelled during the fight, and I kind of know what that is,
Nice.
without being translated. But it'd be interesting to hear in English. You guys get to it.
User entered your channel.
Hey dude, good morning.
Yo.
It's it looks like it's Mordona due west. I've got it whenever you guys are ready.
The vault in English. I will do that next time. Those characters involved in that storyline, I did note, had good English actors.
Yeah, apparently they changed all the voice actors for Heaven's Word. And it, mostly a good change. There's like maybe 1 or 2 exceptions.
And boss.
We're just west of Mordona, Matt. Just doing a quick treasure map before we continue the main story.
I'm perusing my stuff, trying to find the map that you gave me. There, after that. Oh, I don't know if you switched your retainer over to the Tsundere one yet, but she actually breaks the script at some point in a kind of funny way.
It's the the all raw independent. No.
Right, yeah.
It's not like I want to sell your items. There, we could probably just take this one because I figure we'll just go right into the story since Matt's here now. Dig. These are supposed to be doable by wait. There we go. One or more party members are not in the area.
Revenant's Toll, on my way.
Cool.
Coming.
That should be good. This isn't like the paste skin map that
Oh,
easily wipe us. Particularly should be fine with this Ishgard gear.
we're killing him too quick to use my new combo ability. Ugh.
I'm just gonna agree to all of it. Probably just toss that into the... None of this like pre-Heaven's Word crafting endgame stuff is what pretty much all of that is. None of it sells for anything anymore. So the best thing you can get is a unhidden map, so you can get a minion, or we could get another Tonberry. Would be nice.
Royal Authority is great. That is our 60 move. It's just a DPS finisher for Paladin, and it's sorely needed to this point.
Yeah, the glamour stuff definitely still sells. Right. Playing them Barbies. Glamour items themselves, as well as glamour crystals, at least on our server, for some reason, are still going for like 8,000 gil, despite costing like 100 gil to craft. So my next main story thing is here. It's like over by Dragonhead. Are you guys on the same I'm on Eyes of the Empire.
I'll be right there. I'm swapping to my desktop.
Okay, cool beans.
Hey, did you download? Sometimes it comes in 2 bulk gigabytes packages. Did you get both of them? Curious.
Yeah, I must have gotten the whole. I just got one download, I think.
Okay, yeah, when I first got it, it was bundled a couple times, but I think they may have changed that.
Yeah, I noticed that, Kami, that like people were saying that I should use all my seals on buying Coke and selling it, becoming a Coke dealer on the market board, but the price hasn't responded yet to its presence in airship crafting recipes, so I'm waiting until it does before I blow my seals on it.
There's some cool looking armored chest pieces on the market board that it's doing that thing where they list them, but there's 0 people selling it, which I don't know how that happens, but I'd like to buy it from an armorer that could make that.
Working on it. Yeah, so what's this? How does specialization work? There's like they're trying to move people away from just leveling every single craft. I noticed that at 51, every single craft gets a like ghetto version of the level 50 carpenter skill. So it was still worth you taking carpenter at 50 Apex. The ghetto version is like half as good. But yeah, the ghetto version says like it increases your efficiency by 10% for each stack of inner quiet, and it costs slightly more CP, whereas our version is 20%, so it's definitely much better. But so I think they did it because they wanted to keep the end game around like finishing your craft by using that Bayergot's Blessing skill, and they didn't want to continue requiring that new people absolutely do carpenter to 50 first. Interesting. So it's kind of like desynthesis then, Kami. You can still level them all up, but you can only desynth on 3 crafts. I took a gamble that since Culinarian was one of the worst desynth classes pre-Heaven's Word, I went ahead and invested it before, figuring that maybe it'll be good now because no one will have it, and anyone who wants to switch to it is going to have to lose a lot of progress to do so. And sure enough, like, I can go on the market board and people will be selling these fish that you can desynth easily for like 10 gil each, and I'll desynth them into a water crystal and a wind crystal and sell that for 750. Right. Also, the new one can only be used on good and excellent status, but Fire God's Blessing can be used whenever you want.
Okay, well that's significantly worse,
Yeah.
I guess.
Because if you're trying to like time it for when you finish the craft, you can always get it with Fire God's Blessing. Yeah, I haven't unlocked the new touch yet. I'm excited for that one.
Griffin mount. What's going on over there?
Let's see how tiny it is compared to mine.
Rune.
Rogadin.
Well, dang. I wasn't going to use all my mounts for Heavensward because I didn't want to spoil you guys, but you guys are just using the new ones anyway.
This is the collector edition one, so yeah, wow, that's pretty small. I have this piece of shit from I finally finished the Ixal Beast Tribe dailies. I want the Gubu one.
Right?
I think I'm behind on you guys by a cutscene, so I gotta do this real quick.
Okay, take your time, man. Like, we're just gonna run from quest to quest until we get the next dungeon unlocked. We might have a little ways to go, actually. But I think we stopped around, like, right after that Aurum Vale dungeon, so there might be some quests to take us from 47 to 50. What are you doing, Cutter's Cry, Darkstar? Alt job?
It's probably the roulette.
Hmm.
Everybody is getting the Cutter's Cry, and I get a lot of Brave Flocks.
Interesting.
Because that's what people are doing leveling the new jobs.
You still gonna do Machinist, by the way?
I'm waiting to see how it plays out. I did 4 token levels in it. And I thought, man, the DPS is kind of low, but I'm sure that's going to change once I unlock the turrets.
Mm-hmm.
And then I realized that a lot of people had thought the same and went ahead and unlocked turrets, and there was still that issue people were talking about with low DPS. So
I'm sure it's gonna get tuned.
I'm sure it'll be tuned, and I enjoy basically what's going on with the class right now. But I don't know. I mean, that's my next thing to do is level the machinist, see what feels better. I will say the 50 to 60 monk animations that I'm seeing are very fun looking. So that'll be fun at least. But conceptually, I like what's going on with machinist, so I kind of want to give it a chance.
Right, Kami.
This
I'm
is true.
hoping they remove the damage from that knockback skill that they have, blank, and just like increase the potency of all the other abilities very, very slightly to make up for it. Make it completely a mechanic skill. Cappy, morning. Catching up to us, man. Pretty soon we'll have 5 people for our static when we do those 8-mans.
Tell you what, I would have paid $40 for this update to how you turn an item in.
Right.
Not having to search through my inventory to find the icon. Oh my god.
You never have to do that. You just right-click the thing that he wants, and it puts it on your cursor.
I never noticed that.
Oh,
I never
really?
knew that. I had to go search for it all the time.
I always search for stuff, but I never tried.
I figured that out like day 2.
It's controls a little bit differently on controller, and it's a little bit easier, but I couldn't make it work when I tried mouse and keyboard for a day.
Oh, yeah.
Because like the way the controller works is it wants to point you toward the most critical key item when you turn something in.
Oh man, I'm getting 50% XP because I did my Monk's hunting log and it got me a bunch of post 50 XP. So I'm gonna be slightly ahead of you guys. Oh man.
Sweet.
That's cool. I bet Tapeax, you're probably sitting on like a week's worth of rested experience.
Yeah, so I mean, we aren't able to level past 50, right? That's not because I didn't do something correctly.
Yeah, you should be getting XP now.
I'm not getting XP.
Did you put in your Heaven Sword code?
I don't know.
Yeah, you got to put in the. Well, there was an early access code, and
This is
as
stupid.
of
I should point
as of
out.
Saturday, there is now the actual game code you have to put in. So if you bought from Green Man Gaming, like I did, then they sent you one early access code a month ago, and then they sent you another email like a week ago with that code and another one under it, both non-labeled. You had to just kind of put the right one in.
So this is ridiculous that they've done it this way. Like, why couldn't you just enter the pre-order code and have that count as the access code? Why do you need two? There's no earthly reason for it. But yeah, it should be in your email. You just got to pop it into Log Station and log in and log out.
Right.
I tried to do that, so I couldn't do that until Friday. Is that how it works?
Yeah,
Because
it's
I
like
got
Friday
a
or
code from
Saturday.
them
It
and I
was,
put it in and nothing happened, or it failed. But that was a week ago or whatever.
yeah, just a couple days ago is when the early access period ended. So what it sounds like what you did is you put in the early access. I don't know. But either way, the actual game code that you have bought should work now. We'll do it.
And it's one that they would have emailed to you like last week. Like I got it the morning of the 22nd. See if I can confirm it. Yeah, I got my key on the 22nd. If you check your email, it's the second one. And if you're logged into Mog Station, like there'll be a little thing that shows what licenses you have. Heavensward should have a little circle under it. What's the reason for it, Kami? It seems absurd to me that they even have that. It seems like the whole license key situation is kind of a nightmare. That's why apparently Steam was like hesitant to even support Heavensward in the first place because they weren't happy with the license key problem, and Square was able to negotiate with them to get them to support it. I was about to be SOL if they hadn't.
Yeah, whatever happened with that? You had bought the Steam Heavensward.
I
even though
bought
you had the base PC
I bought the
or
main other way around. I bought the main one on Steam, which meant that I wasn't able to buy any other version of Heavensward other than the one that was on Steam. So when I purchased from Green Man Gaming, I had to basically trade with Matt, who had bought the main version, because they're incompatible for some reason.
Right.
It's just not the best licensing architecture.
No, I don't know. That's weird for Steam to do that because they should just be using themselves as just a different DRM launch platform for the Game Zone launch platform.
I think
Pretty sure that's how it worked for like Games for Windows Live type stuff.
Yeah.
It didn't actually do anything. It took you to Games for Windows Live's launch platform.
It seems that it's a problem on not on Steam's end, but with Square's end. Is that their whole licensing architecture is weird. Yeah, I hear that, Kami. That makes sense. And they get shit for it, but
Blizzard. Speaking of Blizzard, that is the one thing that I will say is a negative for me in the expansion. And it is a minor thing, but the new Aura male race, the way they walk is way too close to the cartoony werewolf walk animation from WoW. And that bothers me for some inexplicable reason.
Quest was Notorious Biggs. OG Fox, man. I watched some interviews with him. He's a pretty cool guy.
He is. Apparently, it's like Michael Christopher Cody Fox is what he's called in the in-game credits for Heavensward.
Mhm.
I looked for him this time.
Like there's going to be a solo instance coming up here.
Oh, cool. So I don't actually have Heavensward installed.
What?
I'll see you guys in like 5 hours.
Is it keeping you out too with on your laptop, or it had to have been downloaded all that stuff, right? Because you would need to have a lot of that installed beforehand.
Well, this is what Philip was talking about with the 2 chunks. Probably, I got the first chunk.
You've been
Okay.
were you playing during the early access window on your laptop?
Yeah, but I guess I wasn't playing Heavensward. I was playing like Realm Reborn with some of the patch stuff that everyone gets for Heavensward.
Well, I didn't get any extra because I'm wondering if you can still log in on your laptop. Would be my guess, unless if that's also suddenly showing you a 10 gigabyte
So-
download.
Yeah, it was about 9 or 10 gigabytes total, if you remember what you downloaded as a combined. I don't know if you.
Because I think that when you did it on your laptop, you had the full patch if you played during early access. Because even though you weren't going to Ishgard, because you signed up for early access, there's nothing stopping you from going there. You should have had everything downloaded. I think.
Well, we'll see. I think it sounds like I fucked up all the registration codes, so I don't know that I input the thing that made it think that I had bought Heavensward.
Go to Mog Station, it lists your account type, and for mine at least, it has like 4 now. It has like the Final Fantasy, and it has a Realm Reborn, and then it has Early Access Heavensward, and then it has actual Heavensward. So if you have anything Heavensward in there or Early Access Heavensward, then that'll tell you which you got. But I mean, the solution to the problem's the same anyway, so might not be useful info. Refunds and chargebacks. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, that's frustrating that that's a corner case they have
Yeah.
to develop for.
Well, I know that that's originally why I jumped on the chance to get the security token key. Once I realized that if you do any sort of chargeback, then they ban your account forever because Square doesn't even want to play that game.
Really?
Apparently. So there was a very real chance. I heard of people that they get their account broken into, and they get a chargeback, and then they've lost everything and they can't recover it. Because Square doesn't. That's a no game for them, no matter what's going on.
Are you able to solo that Darkstar? I haven't done any of the undersized party queuing yet. I know that they scale the mobs up a little bit, so it's not just one-shotting everything, but
There were posts of people soloing pretty highly as a warrior. And oof.
really? Wow.
Interesting. Where don't play. I kind of don't like that just from a consumer advocacy standpoint. The you
Yeah.
shouldn't be made to feel like you're being punished for issuing a chargeback.
Right.
There are very few things a consumer can do against a corporation, and that is one of our tools. People
I
should
wonder if
be
that's like
dissuaded from doing that.
it's a Japanese thing. I wonder.
Yeah, maybe so. On the other hand, that is a way to solve their problem they have.
Hmm. Yeah, so I wonder what they do with Steam refunds then. Now that that's a thing.
I don't know.
That's a it's a complicated area.
So I'll be back in like 40 minutes probably when this download finishes.
Okay, no worries. We
I mean,
can
I'm
maybe
here. I'm just not playing.
maybe we can do like level some alt jobs or something while we hold out. Sorry about that, man. That really blows. Also, like, I've never played a game where you didn't actually just completely download the total expansion. Like, normally it'll just make you download everything, and then when you register the key, it's like, okay, now you have the pass that actually lets you experience the content.
Yeah, that's what I assumed was going on. But I have to download 10 more gigs on my desktop and my laptop now.
That's so weird. Have you touched Astrologian or Dark Knight at all, Philip?
Yeah, I've done the basics on both of them. I opened them up, and I went through in the 1 to 50 skills that I could see at least, and kind of slotted them in where I thought they ought to go based on the tank, healer, DPS classes that I've already played, and I kind of figured out pretty quickly that Astrologian has a 1-to-1 for White Mage in a lot of things, and Dark Knight has a 1-to-1 for Paladin in a lot of things.
Yeah, it seems like they're
So-
moving towards homogenization in general, and there's some... Ninja seems to be the weird exclusion of that. Like, they have all these weird enmity abilities now, and, like, they take reduced falling damage and have faster move speed and stuff. It's like, you guys are the one weird, flavorful class, it looks like.
Yeah, the only thing I can say about Astrologian is I don't know if it's bad players or if it's just or people not used to it yet, but I get lower on HP when I play with Astrologians as a tank for whatever reason, and I don't know if it's they're taking time to mess with their cards or I don't know why, because they have a very nice looking skill set. It looks like to me.
Well, after
But-
this cutscene, while we wait on Hapax's download to finish, would you be willing to play one of your Heavensward jobs to check them out? Maybe we can do a dungeon or two.
I would love to do that. Yeah.
I've got a 30 class I can switch to. Matt, do you have anything in that range?
No, not anymore. But I mean, I can just play a different class.
You power leveled that Black Mage real quick.
Yep.
Armory bonus, man. Yeah, I'd like to get my Paladin up, so it'd be fun. Would you have a preference of playing Astrologian versus Dark Knight? Because I can pick a class based on what you want to do.
I mean, we can also just ignore when you go in with your own pre-made party. Can't you ignore the requirements of the dungeon?
You can. Yeah, I believe.
So I mean, you could go in with whoever you want, technically, Dylan.
But you won't get experience unless if you're letting yourself get level synced and pulling people in. You couldn't just do it to level up a class. You could do that to farm for gear or like transmogs, but
I see. I didn't know that part. I haven't tried, obviously, duty relating as a group since,
great.
But hey, I'll play healer or DPS if you want to try that, or I can play Dark Knight if you guys want to see it. I'll play anything.
Would you be down with trying Astrologian? My Paladin's only one that's right
Absolutely.
around 30. Okay, cool.
I would definitely. do it.
I just remember I do have my level 28 or 29 Marauder if you didn't want to be a Dylan, but you do want to lower Paladin. That's my only option besides just being a DPS.
Yeah.
Not that I have a problem being a DPS. I'm just saying that if you wanted to do something else.
See if Cappy wants to come. Cappy, if you can hear us in chat, would you like to run some 30-ish dungeons with us? Oh man, hot looking Black Mage. My class options are 30 Gladiator and 21 Pugilist, so until the game lets me queue as my Fisher, I'll probably just have to do Gladiator to be on par with...
No, that's fine. I was looking through my thing and I remembered I actually do have my Marauder, but I'm not in any rush to level that up.
Mhm. Before I queue up, let me see if Cappy wants to come.
Let me run to the market board real quick and buy a couple things for my astrologer slots.
Ah, okay. We'll just do a couple then. Maybe get some gear for some off classes. Oh, apparently if you just got it, you should grab the like level 30 Grand Company seals item is an upgrade with whatever you start off with.
I've definitely got max seals, so that's a good idea.
Cool to check this out.
If what's it called? If you are the party leader and you queue us into the duty roulette, do we all still get the XP bonus thing? Or are you gonna pick a dungeon, Dylan?
I can do the duty roulette if it works. I believe they changed it so that it works. Maybe. I think so. It still shows single player in here, so maybe they didn't change it yet. This would be interesting to watch Astrologian and try to learn how you play with it. Apparently there's 6 cards, right?
Oh god, I haven't even started to try to figure out card optimization. I have just literally, okay, here's Benefic, here's my Asuna,
Yep.
etc.
So I'm reading the guide for non-Astrologian players. And it says there's a red card, a green card, a blue card, a purple card, a light blue card, and a yellow card. The red card increases your DPS by 10%. The green card reduces damage taken by 10%. The blue card lowers your global cooldown. The purple card is kind of interesting. It lowers the overall cooldown of skills that are not on the global cooldown. So like stuns or buffs or Dragoon jump. So that one's a little tricky. The light blue card reduces your MP cost, and the yellow card reduces your TP cost. My understanding is that green card, the one that reduces damage taken, is like the one you really don't want. Because unless if you're doing a raid with a tank buster or something, it usually isn't all that helpful. You'd much rather have one of the ones that reduces cooldowns, reduces TP or MP loss, or increases your damage. And then like the Astrologian has ways to manipulate the cards that they have so they can like put one away if they don't want to use it.
I don't think I have that move yet. I think that's shuffle.
Shuffle or spread or Royal Road or something like that.
I think all I've got is draw right now, so I can draw something and use it.
Gotcha. If you're not going by color, tree is the one that we don't. That's really shitty. Minus damage taken. The sun is the one that gives you plus damage done. The spear is the one that's for CDR. The arrow is for haste. Lightning is the TP one, and bottle is the MP one. Oh yeah, it's not garbage by any means, Darkstar. Absolutely, I can see it be useful in general. And if you have it and you don't have a way to discard it and replace it, go ahead and throw it on the tank. But I can see why like people who are basically going back and farming easy dungeons that don't have a problem with healing would prefer to get any of the other cards that can make things move a little faster. All right, let me know when you're ready, Philip or Flurwing.
I'm all good. I'll go to the bathroom real quick though.
Okay, when you're back, I'll throw us into Haukke Manor. It looks like I cannot do the duty roulette. That dream might be dead.
Wah, wah. Yeah, my only other class is a level 15 archer. I don't think he'll make the cut.
Dude, the monk artifact gear is pretty sweet looking, especially in a Lalfell.
I'm still slightly annoyed that I did the 45 stuff before the patch, so I didn't get the I-90 version, but whatever. I got the I-90 chess piece, and I mean, once I have enough money, I'm just going to replace it all anyway with...
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just let you replace that in the first place, like when you go talk to the Calamity vendor, maybe they'll change
he
that.
only sells the stuff that you get from the class reward when you did it, I guess.
Turns out elixirs sell for about 8 gil on the market board.
Wait, what?
If you are trying to get the pet that you get for turning in an elixir to the magic pot, an elixir costs like 10 gil on the market board, so easy pet to
I
get.
still need to do that.
It doesn't move. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's like a screenshot taking pet because it like illuminates your character.
It's I think it's supposed to be like a Dark Souls reference.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that you could change it to diet. I wouldn't be surprised, Darkstar, if they let you do both eventually. Because it would be kind of shitty for a new character to not be able to dye their higher eye level gear.
How would you dye it, Kami? The yellow looks so cool.
Pastel yellow monk. On the 90 gear is kind of weird looking.
Oh, man,
I
I'm
would
not used to
definitely
the
dye it.
things I don't have available to me.
Hold your breath. I guess they figure that if you get that gear, if you have the old gear, you're going to get into Heaven's Word soon enough and replace it, so.
So Kami, how do you dye the 50 gear? Do you have to upgrade it somehow? Three-star alchemist recipe.
Zelda parody, Mega Man.
I need to do that then, Darkstar.
3-star alchemist. That's going to be attainable then for someone without a bunch of melded out gear. Since just if I can just take alchemist to level 60, I'll have regular white gear that's better than the old melded out gear and should be able to handle those 3-star recipes. Alchemist is my lowest one right now, though it's going to be a little while. When I build up the leaves for it, I'm taking 1 to 50 at a time now instead of leveling them all up in parallel. Yeah, so far it's like, yep, you're a healer.
Right, yeah, there's not much. Like,
Not
oh yeah,
yet,
I get
anyway.
a card. What is fire? I don't even know. Like, I'm having a mouse over the tooltip every time I get a card.
Spire is the TP one, so probably give it to either Matt or Cappy.
Oh, I don't need TP.
Okay, give it to Cappy then. Or to me, I'll take it. I'll spam my TP. Well, no, wait, I'm not on Warrior. I don't have anything to spam. Disregard. I guess I could spam stun.
If this were a higher level dungeon, then I could use it. But a low level dungeon, my little level 30 monk rotation is I never need.
Yeah.
I've got it pulled up over here. I can try to help. So I guess it'd be helpful for me to, when I see the card over there, know what it is. I
Augment
guess
to take into a guy modern.
yellow makes sense because that's the color of the TP bar. So Spire is yellow, that's TP, and then Ewer is light blue, which is MP. Isn't the same color as the MP bar, but like
That's
the
helpful
mana
to
color.
remember. Anything visual will help me.
Yeah. The one that does MP, it's light blue and it looks like a lightning bolt, so you can remember that as magic. Probably just cast that on yourself with this party.
Man, I wish I had my shoulder charge. Ever since they
Mhm.
changed it, and you can do it from, there's no minimum distance requirement anymore. I use it all the time, and this dungeon's not letting me.
Right, Mega Man.
It's even worse for Paladin because the 50 to 60 moves that you get feel like they should have been there all along, and
That's
so
what I hear.
there is so much content that I wish I had it for now. That even when I level sync for any dungeon, it's a little frustrating.
Yeah, it's actually kind of unusual. Like level sync is usually just a statistics thing. You keep your skills, and you get usually will get an edge out of it. But maybe the dungeons would just be completely easy if
I don't know, like giving a black mage flare
yeah,
even for the early dungeons would be pretty ridiculous.
right. Guess that's what they have the
Yeah.
hard modes for.
Deltron is so cool. I honestly, I want to be stupid and yell out like activate interlocks every time I use it or something. But go Sheltron Force. But it comes up too quickly for you to do that every time. It's a 30-second cooldown. Anotherm's connected.
I wonder if Astrologian rules out them ever adding Gambler as a class.
Between Gambler, Gear, the Gold Saucer, and that probably.
Probably, yeah. Whoops, this is bad. But you don't not face the enemy in this dungeon, apparently.
Sorry, just deciding which
well,
card
it's my
to give.
bad.
No, I was figuring out my cards.
What card did you get?
I got a TP card, and I was like,
Gotcha.
who needs it? Like I said, I'm sure that's what the 50 to 60 astrologists have been running what they're doing.
Cappy, I don't know if you can still hear us like 20 seconds after I say this, but do you have a way to dump TP as a bard at this level? Also, you're welcome to top on TeamSpeak. I gave him the info a little bit ago.
I was really hyped to get Clemency, and it's really nice to have, but I feel like in the situations where I would have a couple seconds to use Clemency, I'm putting Stone Skin on myself or something anyway. Kind of like.
It's on the global cooldown, right?
Yeah, so, and it's got a cast bar, so it feels like more an off-tank skill, I guess.
Right.
And
I guess you can use
I
it to
just-
save your
yeah.
healer, right?
sure.
I guess that's slightly better than what Matt has, Cappy, so maybe we can give the TP one to Cappy, and when you get it, just dump all your AoEs if we have multiple enemies. But that's what
Right.
if I were on Warrior, I would just spam Overpower if I had the TP card. Paladin at the moment, though, I basically have infinite TP because I only have 3 things that I can do.
Right. Yeah, and they gave you an MP gain to some of your abilities too. Well, actually, I guess that's Shieldtron, which you're not gonna get for a while. But
Ooh.
the shield swipe thing is the biggest little thing that they've done. They added enmity to it, which I don't know if you got shield swipe yet, but that's the one that procs only when you block something.
Oh, yeah, I do have that.
So-
And they changed that? That's cool.
They changed it so it has enmity. So now it was always used as kind of a way to regain TP over long fights. You just weave that in whenever it came, but when it didn't give you enmity, it was kind of like, well, this kind of sucks.
But it's
Now it
off
does.
GCD, right?
It's off. Well, no, it's on GCD. So it's a replacement, but you can do it without dropping your combos.
I see.
But so what's nice is they gave a Sheltron, which automatically procs a block, and they give you
so you
shield
can
swipe.
Sure.
So now you know it's gonna come,
Yep.
and it's gonna give you amity. So it just gives you another thing to do. Really, it's nice.
Yeah. For now, Kami, I imagine. Apparently, they haven't fixed the raw intuition thing yet. If it is in fact a bug. Apex, I know you were super busy in Romania. Did you see this about Warrior though and crit heals from behind?
Yeah, I read that.
Seems like that would be pretty cool if it's still around by the time we get it.
I was just reading last night that apparently heals are like you can. God, what was I reading? Something nice about it. Something like with awareness, you can prevent. Like you can still use raw intuition with awareness up that prevents crit, but it only prevents the enemy's crit and not the healed crit.
Really? That's awesome.
So it's like super good
that makes
synergy
you
there.
think. Yeah, yeah.
Good, please. That's exactly what I say. Good, please. $17,000.
No, I'd love to be in a place, Kami, where I'm starved for TP. When like you have an infinite amount, it's kind of like there's nothing you can do if something bad happens. That is not an upgrade. Yeah, I'll pass that. Or greet it. I like that you can go back and pass after you've greeted now. You don't really need to go this way, right? We go back the other way. I haven't done this one very many times.
The morning that early access came out, this is all you'd queue in for.
Right.
And with the 0-second DPS queues that, you know, were around for a few days. I mean, they're still pretty low, but
DPS for the adventurers in need and tanks had to wait. It was some weird
that's how it
Bizarro
should be,
world.
man.
Everyone should be
Specifically,
playing Dark
I
Knight.
am the adventurer in need.
Mhm.
I don't care about other DPSs.
Ooh, that's pretty irritating, Darkstar. So I know they have that built in, at least for controller, where if I'm soloing as a white mage and I'm fighting an enemy and have the enemy targeted and I cast Cure, it'll at least cast Cure on myself. I wonder if it's follows from that mechanic. That is a helpful mechanic. Don't want to like whiff a heal or have it do nothing or have to switch target to heal myself when I'm soloing. Oh god. I heard people yelling in the distance.
I just cut her off to make her do her AoE where no one was.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it was pretty, seemed pretty balanced before Heaven's Word, but that's because they had all this time to iterate on it, so I'm just going to give them the same amount of time for the new skills and the new classes.
I thought you were going to mention the other white mage bug that apparently your food drops to like a 30-second proc when you use the level 60 skill. White mage.
Hey, the raw intuition feature. Clearly intended. No, what,
Astrologins.
food buff bug?
This
Really?
is the one time where I agree with you, Philip, on how it should be pronounced. Unfortunately, it's not the way that it's supposed to be.
What, astrologians?
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess
astrologians?
they've
I think it
published
should
it
be
as saying
astrologians.
astrologians. Astrologians makes sense. Astrologer, astrologian.
Can compromise and call them astronomers.
Suppose they didn't just call it that in the first. Well, I guess it's like we have astrologians in tactics. I feel like we did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I'll just wait for Hellbound to come out or whatever the hell they'll call it, and they'll have the zoologist.
I think the guy who's like writing the story of tactics is an astronomer. You get him for like one battle, he has this attack that like inflicts stop on all the enemies on the field and none of your allies. Man, I want him, and then I don't think he ever joins your party after that. I see her.
I'm gonna humbly request that the tank stops rotating the enemies. Thanks.
Increase the duration of hallowed ground by 5 seconds. I'll take that. Take that any day.
That's pretty funny though. Hey Zinder, welcome. That's a funny bug. You're a funny bug. You're a funny man.
All the animations that they put into the astrologian's weapon kind of makes me feel like, oh, look at me, right? But they do kind of equal it out and give more animations to some of the weapons you get leveling for every other else.
Oh, really? You think it's a bug? The fact that it's RNG? I hear people are pretty upset about that. Interesting, like, at launch, the number of posts on the Final Fantasy XIV subreddit that were marked as having spoilers was like, I don't know, maybe 10% of them. Now it's closer to like 75%. So I'm starting to stay away from it more.
Yeah, I was really trying to blow through the story as quick as I could, just because I knew that was coming.
You wanted to be able to unlock the ability to like read the wiki.
Right.
Google things.
Surprisingly, some of the coolest content isn't even updated on the wiki yet.
Mm-hmm.
The community already has strategies for stuff, and it's not there. So I kind of appreciate that. I think they're doing that for non-spoiler purposes.
Yeah.
I had good luck. Basically, I didn't die to anything whenever I was leveling, but it was because there were good folks in the party, more so than the content being super easy.
Yeah.
I died 3 times last night just running the level 60 easy dungeon because I had a shitty healer, but like the actual hard fights with all this stuff going on, managed to get through with some close calls. And I think that was due to the player base that's hardcore being the ones in the player base population. That's why I wanted to go through fast, because I knew that I was going to get stuck on something.
Right.
Because the regular folks, the plebeians, were now at this skill level.
Right.
And I was like, I don't have time for this shit. I got tests coming up.
Is Machinist the only class right now that's feeling like it's behind on DPS? I know, given the issues we're talking about and like the Dragoon RNG problem.
I don't know, the bards are complaining mighty heavily, but I don't know if that's a DPS issue, and that's more of a I don't like the way you changed our class issue.
Yeah.
Well, it's a DPS issue from what I understand too, because like there's something that buffs their abilities by 20% that gives it a cast time and takes away their auto attacks, if I remember.
Yeah.
But when you take away their auto attacks, which are roughly 20% of the damage, it works out that you're doing less damage because of that.
Oh, interesting. And you're not mobile anymore.
Okay, I swift casted an instant spell. Wonderful.
Well done. You said it feels clunky.
I'm interested in seeing. I'm gonna level it. See how it gets.
So I think if we ever do late game Astrologian, that Astronomer, like the one that decreases the cooldown of skills that are off the global cooldown, like you want to save that for right before fights so that you can proc all your buffs and then have them available sooner, maybe. Or like you want to be in TeamSpeak and give the person the heads up that, hey, you know, I'm going to give you this buff, so wait to use your skills that give you buffs for a little bit, I guess. I'm trying to see, like, that seems like the weirdest one to understand what the correct usage of it is.
I play more of it with the cards. I really like the mechanic. It's fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even have half of the tool set here, so
Yeah, I like how many tools they give you to modify it and like say, okay, well, I wanted this one, but I want it to affect the whole party, or I want this one, but I want the potency to be increased. That's all like that Royal Road skill they get later.
I guess healers by definition always have to make decisions like that more so than other classes, so it feels kind of natural
Yeah.
to have that from someone who doesn't heal very much.
It feels like, too, the cards seem to just be a raw benefit more so than... Like, it's just something that you do in addition to healing. Not necessarily that you're dependent on the RNG to be a successful healer.
For Hapax's sake, though, I don't know, the summoner stuff looks so freaking sweet, that, and the scholars are not at all debuffed as far as I can tell. That, like,
Scholars
that
got
may
a
be the thing
huge
to
buff.
level.
Yeah.
I haven't paid attention to how the
Oh,
deployment
did you
tactics and
hear
all
about
stuff
this?
works.
That Celine casts Asuna now, autocast.
Does she?
Yeah. So like, if you're a scholar running around, like I guess that's the correct way to go running around now, because if a random mob throws a heavy on you and you're mounted, Celine will just cleanse it and you can keep running. Pretty hot stuff. And like, that gives Scholar some automatic synergy with Warrior, because she'll just Asuna pacification as soon as it comes up from using Berserk. You won't
Hey,
have
Asuna.
to... Asuna leeches, please.
Plus, I think, having not seen it, I think the Artifact Summoner gear at 60, it looks the best of all the new ones, too.
Mm-hmm. Do they keep the, like, does it still have a horn?
Yeah, still got a horn.
Cool. Yeah, I like that they keep the basic themes in there. Like, they would want the Black Mage to always have the little pointy cap.
I like leveling Black Mage how basically every important character was either a Lalafell or one of the enemy races. Made me feel important.
Nice. It's still a donation goal, by the way. It's a permanently fun stream by getting Marstead to switch between Lalafell and Rogadin.
Really?
Yeah. So I have $25 to switch to Lalafell, and then $25 to switch back to Rogadin.
Oh man.
Just in case.
I think me and Kami are just in a Cold War where we both know that we want to do it, but the second someone does it, the other one's just going to switch it back.
Maybe I need to like put some kind of, you know, automatic duration to the switch.
I want to see like a graph, maybe a regression curve or something, of players who enjoy the RNG steps in the Zodiac versus players that enjoy the RNG in Machinist, and see if they overlap.
Interesting.
'Cause
Yeah.
I feel like they might. That was always a big deal in the Zodiac step, is which ones are RNG based, which ones are... You get something, but you got to do it because it's small.
Yeah, I feel like it would be more interesting, Dark Star, if it wasn't binary, if it wasn't just do you have the proc, yes or no, but if it was like maybe you get two different possible procs. Do I have that equipped already? No. I think. I'll take that.
I hear you, Kami, with the potato thing. In Romania, their like national vegetable is the potato. So like, I was really playing Lalafell even though I wasn't playing Final Fantasy. I felt like.
Nice. I'm excited to ascend to my perfect potato status. I've got 2 Fantasias now, so.
As do I, which I will never use.
You ever tanking this fight? She has a cool mechanic where when she casts Void Fire, it's actually targeted in front of her. So if you move out of her LOS, she drops it. Void Thunder as well. I'll walk behind her, the cast will just fail, basically.
Are you gonna grab that void lamp, or should I get it, Dylan?
I'll
Oh,
get the
how
top
does that
right.
actually work?
We'll get.
I mean,
I'll
like,
get it,
what is the purpose of them? I've only
Yeah,
ever
just
seen
do
a
it,
shooting
DPS
and then
one
they
get
keep
them.
it doing an AoE that hits everyone.
Oh, I see.
In it. Yeah, that one.
Got
And I
it.
think the more lamps that are active, the more damage it does.
I see. Add spawns, I'm gonna ignore the Centri, but take all the other ones. I was reading this thing saying that like mobs will spawn in and start accruing enmity before you can actually see their graphics sometimes. And that the tank can try to take advantage of that, but that's sort of what makes it more likely for the new ads to initially aggro the healer, because the healer is just always doing things that is passively building enmity on the monsters that are available. Not that one, this one, or the 2. Interesting. Yeah, I'll try to watch for that more. Yeah. I walk behind her there, and the act of walking behind her cancels her Void Fire 3 cast. GG.
Nice.
I just got some pop-up saying the Heart of House blah 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 was added to the hunting list.
Really?
Oh, to the loot list. Never mind. Okay, I just can't read. I was looking away at my TV for a second, and then okay, I guess everyone passed, and it just gave it to me.
Do you have a ETA on your download, Apex?
I'm done. I'm back.
Okay, cool.
I'm trying to catch up with you guys on the story.
That wasn't too bad. A little shitty that it had to happen in the first place, but overall. I guess let me know in your cutscenes then, and I'll reinvite you. A ranks live for about 15 seconds here. If somebody pulls them, they're dead. If someone announces it in chat, you better drop whatever you're doing and run to it if you want to have any chance of killing it. Sheratic, Winter, welcome.
Have you seen clips of the flying fat chocobo yet?
With the cake.
What? What?
Yeah, we got to
I'm-
show this to Mandy. Apex.
I'm pretty sure once we unlock flying mounts, I might have to unlock my credit card and.
Yeah, so instead of holding a Geesal green, you're holding a cake, and it's like flying up the air trying to eat the cake.
Oh man. Well, that was her whole point. That guy did not get that fat eating the greens there, eating
Right.
the salad. Hey, all right, toss me a party invite. You get a second.
Okay, yeah, I'm coming out of this cutscene. I'll throw it over to you. Did you already do the solo instance?
I just finished that, so
Oh,
I'm heading to Mordona.
Perfect. Yeah, we're on the same step then. And that worked out. Hooray, Haukke Manor. Notorious Biggs. Investigate the drainage pipe.
You ever watch the link I sent you, Marstead, about the Mount Roulette with the rapid fire machinist?
Oh no! I think I
That's,
missed that. What is it happening with it?
It basically rapid fire. I don't know if it's supposed to or not, but it increases the cast time for everything, including Mount Roulette. So he just spams Mount Roulette after he turns on rapid fire for the machinist, and it just sounds like a zoo and looks like a zoo.
That's funny.
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, go for it, Kami. If you post the link, twitch.tv/TheRealKami, I'll click on it real quick. It would be funny to see the flying chocobo. Let me know when you have it live. We'll just drop stream and I'll host Kami so he can fly around on the fat chocobo for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Bad views. Cool. Oh man, Mother 3 flashbacks. Yeah, I see you live now. Fat chocobo. God, you're standing around. It's not fat enough. Oh, here we go. There it comes. There it comes. Quit teasing me, bro. You gotta fly with it. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Oh, that's awesome. Oh, what a delight. He's trying so hard to get it. Because no matter what Andrea's mood is, she sees that, she immediately perks up. Well, this seems slightly more important than, like, making gourmet feasts for people, like tracking down kidnapped friends.
Well, no, we're eavesdropping to find out what kind of feast they want.
I see. I have Mordona as a favored destination. I can port us back over there. Yeah, I know. I closed it out. Thank you, Kami, for sharing that. This is the future where you can just kind of throw something on Twitch for a couple minutes and show something up.
Teleporting with mounts.
I keep forgetting about that, man. It's like muscle memory for me to dismount.
Yeah.
Like I'll dismount and then I'll go fuck, and then I'll remount and use the teleport.
I do the opposite. I'll teleport with the mount, but then I'll forget once I've zoned in that I'm still on the mount, and so I'll immediately get off thinking I have to get on.
Man, this one gives us an Imperial salute.
User entered your channel.
Hey, Cappy, how's it going, man?
Good, and yourself?
Doing well, doing well.
Hey, hey.
So you said you're like at the same point as us in the story, you're just not at 50 yet?
Correct.
Gotcha. Now there's several 8-mans that we're gonna have to do between here and Heaven's Word, so maybe by Wednesday then we could try to sync up and do those. The more people we have in the static, the easier it will be to strong arm anyone who doesn't want us to watch the cutscenes.
True.
Right.
I really wish that they would cause player housing to expire at some point. There's all these like individuals who've bought small plots that could very well have quit the game and not been paying for it for some time, and their plot's never going to become available again. I also
You
see
need
the
rent?
argument. Yeah, like having a rent system maybe.
Taxes.
Once you claim it though, you have it.
Darkstar, do you know if anybody's actually beaten Titan Hardman solo? Now that the restriction's there?
There's one location I'm missing and I can't find it.
There's one you got to climb this
Climb
little
up the
mountain
thing.
up
Yeah.
here.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I can hear the back. Man, I just don't know how to solve for it. It's a problem that you can buy a plot and have it forever, and quit the game and not come back for 10 years, and the plot's still not available. I think everyone can agree that that's an issue, but it's also an issue to have like a rent system and take it away from people for not having their upkeep. I don't know how to fix it.
Just measured on player inactivity.
Right? Yeah, just say if you've been gone for a year, then that's a fair time to take it away from you. If you're gone for a year and all of your FC mates are gone for a year, we can't spend server resources on you anymore. I'm sorry. It's impossible.
Is it impossible to meet the DPS check, or is it something obvious I'm missing?
I guess I didn't grab that Imperial Salute one, so I just grabbed it now.
Oh, I didn't realize that they were different quests. Right on.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Same thing, Kami and Darkstar, if you guys would give us a heads up if a cutscene or dialogue is particularly cool. If I see Biggs and Wedge or Scions or like sneaking around a drain pipe, I'll probably pay attention. But if it's like, oh, go kill 3 Imperial dudes, I'm just gonna skip it. Same if you remember Flarewing.
Hmm.
Okay, thanks, Kami. Would it be possible to duo this Titan fight then? Or is it possible for multiple people to get jailed at the same time? Darkstar, I'll leave it up to you if you're not really feeling it. But we could try to do the Q snipe not via you listening to me talking on chat, but me just typing in chat when we go in. There's no delay for me typing in chat, just hearing me. I can Twitch message you our TeamSpeak deets.
I missed my artifact armor.
Oh, I can make you your glamours for it, super cheap. Just let me know what you need.
I don't know if I still unlocked glamours yet.
It's in Mordona. It's like there's like you talk to a guy and he's like, hey, you should glamour your stuff. Go talk to my friend who's like 10 feet away from me, and then you go talk to the guy to turn it in.
I'll worry about that later.
Okay, but I can make your armorcraft glamours for like 100, 200 gil a piece. Yeah, for sure.
Gear. All the belts on the summoner gear.
Oh man.
All the belts on the monk gear that I'm wearing now.
Is it like Lulu, where it's just entirely made out of belts? Is Pat gonna look like Lulu?
Belt
That
level's
would be
not
cool.
that high.
Not there yet.
Will
That's
he
for the
grow
next
boobs?
expansion. That's Andrea's criteria for like he wants to get fancy coats. She wants to get a Final Fantasy coat that has a bunch of unnecessary belts and buckles and zippers and shit.
Man, if you could do stuff like in Final Fantasy X where you had like the little dolls with depth touch on them, that was like my favorite shit. Just have the little doll run up to an enemy and hit it for 5 damage and then kill it. I would totally play Lulu class in this. Whatever that is.
I bet they'll add that as, or some kind of. I bet they'll add, as long as this game is running, they have all the different Final Fantasies to draw from. So I'm sure there'll be a Lulu costume at some point, and a Titus costume, and so on. I'm
This.
behind you guys a little bit. Paypacks also, if you don't have the Glamour quest, it's right in Mordona. You can probably pick it up.
I'll worry about it later. On one hand, I want to be using the artifact armor, but on the other hand, I kind of like using progression armor just because then it makes the cool armor. Well, one, you get to see what new stuff looks like,
Right,
but then you also appreciate the cooler stuff more.
right. That's
What
cool,
armor do
Dark
you
Side.
have that's what armor do you have that's better than your artifact armor?
We got your broski to buy stuff from the new area. If you got the monies. It's also on the market board, and I bought most of my armor through there. It wasn't. I got Philip to buy me the weapon, but then through the market board, it was only slightly more expensive. So I just did it one day on the market board. I'm guessing the prices are starting to stabilize, or people aren't really making money off it anymore.
Yeah, it's about 118k, I think it was, to fill your left side with eye level 115 gear.
So I couldn't get every
Yeah.
piece. Like I didn't. The belt was too expensive. I think the belt was still going for more than what it should. But I did get most of them.
And buying that gear will let us skip the eye level grind packs between the dungeons. Because what they'll do is instead of having a level requirement to get into the dungeons, it'll have an average eye level requirement. I think the highest it goes is like 90. So just by picking up that left-hand side of gear from sending Flarewing into Ishgard to pick it up will spare us that trouble.
Yeah, so I still might need them to pick me up a few pieces, but for the most part,
Hey, I am, according to the game, a master courier, so I'd be glad to pick up any gear that's needed.
Nice, nice.
Postmaster.
But it's
Yeah.
kind of funny without that gear. My black mage would actually have my highest eye level right now because it's the one class that I've leveled up since the patch dropped completely, and so I have
So you
the
got that
whole
90.
all
Yeah.
I-90 stuff on the left. Whereas my monk, I have the 2 pieces. My dragon, I have none.
Wait, are we going back to like Ulda? Okay.
Yeah, I got the poison hat, Kami. Sure do. I never associated it with that, but you're exactly right now that I think about it.
What hat is this?
There's a quest line where you help out the Moogle postmaster that delivers all your mail. Bunch of story quests. At the end of it, you get his hat. So if you ever see the little male Moogle, you'll get his hat.
I want a male Moogle hat.
I want a hat that is a Moogle.
Those exist, but I think they're like legacy at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen the guy in our server that cosplays as like a huge Moogle? He's like a Galka. He's all white, bare chest, and he's got that big ass Moogle hat.
No, I haven't. That's awesome.
He's pretty crazy.
I see Toon Link and Toon Zelda around all the time.
Oh, if you waited, I could have taken a Zelda for free.
No, my bad. I guess we have to go to Limps Elements after that.
I thought you were behind us. You're apparently ahead of us.
I thought I was too.
FanFest. So you had to physically go to FanFest to get that.
Link. Welcome to a town. Song that everybody thought was by System of a Down, or was this is like back in the LimeWire days, or that was how you would discover music. The Zelda song was frequently labeled as System of a Down, and it definitely was not.
Oh, interesting.
Back to Mordona. That's such an interesting scam.
Where in Limsa is the Armorer's Guild?
It is go to Aft Castle and run all the way southwest. Non-crafting plebeian. Where's the Armorer's Guild? You disgust me.
Look at me. I have classes that no one cares about at 50.
Oh, look at me. I have all this free time.
To that dungeon with this fisherman, guys.
I'm having a life.
User entered your channel.
Hey, dude. Dark Star said he probably won't be able to talk, but at least you can hear us without the delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my Alchemist like level 20, and that's probably as far as it's going to go, besides just turning in the shit off the market board every day.
It didn't say to do this, but I think it wants us to wear this outfit. Go ahead and take a guess and say that that's the case. I like that the Garland or Garleans are like their cities look like Vector from a distance with the big lights. Very FF6 inspired, it feels like. Heck yeah, Mega Man. Monday, tomorrow, 6 hours of Zelda.
Talking about FF6 inspired, I want to show you some Heaven Switch screenshots, but I'm definitely not going to do that.
Oh man, just knowing that there's anything from FF6 is exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you get to the mission Fool Me Twice, you're actually going to have to put on that gear. We were like building a disguise. The quest doesn't tell you to do it. Yeah, it does. I can turn it on, Mega Man. It's pretty awesome. I have it shut off right now just because I mount and dismount so frequently. Play music when mounted. There's actually a custom one for the Fat Chocobo, which is hilarious.
Does anybody know if they're releasing a new soundtrack for Heavensward, speaking of? Because I want to buy that.
I heard that the main composer, I forget his name, was really disappointed when music from Realm Reborn was getting leaked early. Like when people were like putting it up on sites for people to listen to outside of the context of the game, so that he wants to wait to release any soundtracks until after enough people have experienced the game so they don't get spoiled.
Oh man,
Interesting.
I would love to have that. And yes, the 59 dungeon it was very nostalgia-inducing. I walked into that dungeon and like, there's gonna be a boss in here called this, and sure enough, the second boss was called this.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Here's the Mega Man. Here's the Fat Chocobo theme. Like, what? Hey Pax, you said your girlfriend was like, "Oh, even his music is fat."
Yeah.
Bottom.
After we give the guy a salute, can we switch back our gear?
I think so. Yeah. And see, like he's like chasing this geese all green fishing rod. Geisal green, whatever.
I call it Gaius, but I don't know what appropriate.
Geisal, I guess, would make sense. I think this is gonna be another solo thingy. Yeah. Disband. Yeah, no kidding. Especially with like the rest of my gear. I like how it's not a full outfit, it's just like the head and the chest, but I'm still wearing all my other regular stuff. It's like a cartoon disguise. I'll watch this cutscene. It's got Sidon in it, maybe it's important.
That's great. Sid is a problem solver every time he appears.
Mm-hmm. I like Sid's design in this game. Ooh, no level sync in this one. Alright. Level 15 instruction. Or 115. Mega Man, if you're familiar with FF6, should be pretty sweet. The design of the Magitek armor from that game.
Yeah, having only done like 4 quests of Machinist, I kind of thought the vice versa would happen, that they'd make the lore of the Machinist a lot like Sid. But so far it doesn't seem to be that way. Like, they're using his technology kind of,
It's
but
interesting.
they're just gun people though, they're not really engineering.
Yeah, interesting.
I haven't gotten very far in the storyline though, so I don't know. Sure.
Look, a gift chocobo in the beak. Biggs and Wedge's theme, the beginning of it sounds like what is it? Is it Groose from Skyward Sword? The blomp, 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 blomp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of, it just showed up on stream that the fist wave reaction that Sid did is my favorite animation, probably. I like to emulate it in real life every time I see someone that's a
Nice.
human do it. You just raise that fist and you shake it and you get that this creepy smile on your face. It's always great. Sid does it a lot.
Man, look at all these concurrent Free Company players are online right now. I wonder if I get special music. I have this new mount from finishing the Ixal quest. I'm sure it just plays the generic, not a special mount music. Oh, that explains a lot. Griffin has new music? Cool. That's a little too loud. Let me turn that down. That's better. Oh, really, Darkstar? Wow, I haven't seen that happen before. Yeah, so, like, tell me to make dinner for somebody, I don't care. Tell me to, like, fix Magitek armor, you got me. I'm on board. Let's do it.
Yep.
Hey, hold on.
Oh, good. We get to go right back.
Are you shocked? I can take that port. I hear that the fetch quest thing is still definitely a thing in Heavensward, right?
Oh yeah,
Just a reality of this game.
it is. To me, it makes all the difference in the world to have a little bit better direction, and they really are fleshing out some of the side characters when you do all the fetch quests. So it has a part to play more so than old random side quests.
Sure.
In my mind, and that's all that I need, at least. I know some people that's not enough for them, but it's lore building, world building to an extent, so I'm happy with it.
The look on my character's face. I wonder if that's the same for you guys as Lalafels, where like Wedge is at the same height as you.
What are we supposed to do once we get on the... Or am I ahead of you guys now?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Morning, Andrew. Recognize that thing? You're just playing this game on the plane. Magic armor. Like what Terra's riding at the beginning of Final Fantasy VI.
Gosh. Fair. Final Fantasy VI. Didn't realize it had wings.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, this is their
Drink Red
version of
Bull.
it, but... We're gonna get
Back to dragon.
Terra's theme eventually, but...
Still need to go grind out Terra's card from a certain fight you guys will get to. That's really the dream. You get the Tetra Triad or Triple Triad, and you get Terra's card for it.
That's pretty awesome. That's how you sell Final Fantasy 14 to somebody who's not an MMO fan.
Yeah, I mean that between the mount you guys just got and that card, that's probably all I would have needed
Right. I saw someone running around with this in the first 5 minutes of playing, and I was like, okay, okay, yep, playing this game. This is this isn't like 11. They're just like embracing the let's just turn on everyone's nostalgia meter and max it up.
That remind me of it's using familiar assets in a different way. It's kind of like maybe a James Bond or something where you see similar things but done differently, or maybe like a Batman comic where there's similar things. There's a better example that I'm not thinking of, but I appreciate how they've worked those things into the story.
Yeah. Well, you already have that in Final Fantasy. You can start to assume a basic familiarity with like chocobos and Moogles and things like that, and without them being exactly the same in each game. Oh, sure.
Yeah, the Hildy quests. That's also the other thing, Marstead, that I would almost want to stop this main story progression to do those because they're pretty fun.
I can do that when we don't need to have everyone around. Like maybe I'll do that on a Wednesday or like Saturday after we're formally done. I'll just keep the stream running to do that. I hear they're cool.
Yeah, they're cool.
Can I get a party invite?
Yeah, I'll hit you up here. The next quest is a solo mission, so.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah. Sorry, did you get booted or?
I had to reboot.
Oh, gotcha.
The game or something.
Does this quest unlock our ability to do Hildebrand?
Yeah, you get to him at 50, basically.
It's on
You
the
gotta
gold
beat the
saucer,
story.
right?
I mean, you'll find out the deal with Hildebrand.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Goggles guy is Sid. Bollocks. Hey, welcome back, McMahon.
Helping with a pool. Are you having a pool party today or something? Probably a nice day for it. In any region of the country.
Hey,
Or I guess
Zelda welcome. Good
Twitch
seeing
is
you.
international, so it's probably even a bad assumption that he's in the US.
Oh, hell no, you stay off my Magitek armor. It's high on the list of things I ain't trying to hear. Huzzah! I'm always impressed at what they're able to do with the actual engine and machinima in this game. Okay, thanks, Darkstar. Appreciate it. I mean, I'm gonna watch this. Like I said, you tell me to shear some sheep, I'm gonna skip your cutscene. But if you mention anything about Magitek armor, don't worry.
What if you had the sheer sheep while in Magitek armor?
I'd skip half the cutscene. Shear the sheep with Magitek armor. It's the only way. Little and less. Magic armor was it like fire beam, cure beam, Magitek missile, bioblaster, sheep shearer, honey collector.
Did you ever play around with that glitch that lets you use Magitek armor outside of the inquired or intended places? Game. Talking about 6.
I've seen some of that. I haven't done it myself.
Looks fun.
There's a speedrunning strat that uses it or something.
Yeah. Let's see. Do I remember? I think it has something to do with the. Someone in stream might know, but
you have
it's
to
something
swap
about
your lead party member at some point when you've got it
Diane's
on.
Dream, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if it has anything to do with keeping Moogles in your party or not as a compounding glitch. That's also a thing you can do.
Yeah.
Wait, I had you guys on mute. What's this about Moogles in your party and FF6 glitches?
There's a glitch they've discovered to let you use Magitek armor outside of the intended places in the game.
Do you actually want to?
Yeah, there's a strategy for speedrunning using that.
Huh. Interesting.
Also involving, I believe it also involves glitches to get later in the game than you should be able to get. Like obviously if you have Ultima and stuff like that, then you're faster, but...
Is it like involving Cyan's Nightmare?
I think it does.
That's
yeah.
what we were saying, yeah.
I need to remember that's post when I stopped speedrunning some of the strats that they found, so...
You want to run over to that S-rank hunt real quick?
Sure.
I already started the next thing.
Is the next thing a solo instance?
I have no idea. I just decided to keep going because a lot of times I'll start lagging behind if there's a lot of loading since I don't have a SSD.
This one's at 32, 34. I'll shoot you a party invite once you get out of it. It won't let me send at the moment.
Burning Mist with the sting.
It's all the way southeast over by the eastern Lenosha.
Don't know that I did, Kami.
Cappy, you might be able to come for this for credit if you want. It's upper Lenosha and then southeast of the Aetheryte Crystal. Looks like they're already
Do
fighting.
you have to accept the hunts at the bounty board or whatever?
No,
to
not
do
the
them
S
things?
ranks, but they just killed it. We didn't get to it in time.
Oh.
S rank and A rank hunts, you just go and kill them. You have to accept the B rank hunts, but they the way they work is if you kill them, they just respawn instantly, like 3 or 4 seconds later somewhere else on the map. So there's no reason to kill them unless if you've already accepted the quest. I thought this was Mordona now, is it not? Oh, it's southwest. Okay. Try out the Griffin. We don't have a Mambo de Chocobo remix yet. We're hoping for one being added eventually for the flying chocobos in Heavensward. This is definitely a mix of the fat chocobo theme here.
Whoa, I just got my first power leveling message in a while.
Ooh. This one we have to use that disguise again, it looks like.
The music in this mission is pretty cool.
Cool. Thanks, Darkstar. Looking out. Oh, that's awesome, Kami.
Oh, I did see that, yeah.
I like how that's a specific reference to people who typically build Mog as a Dragoon. Heck yeah, Bama Flamenco.
So, Matt, are you aware of who Estinian is via the Dragoon quests?
Dude, my recollection of the Dragoon quest was there's some emo Dragoon that wants to kill a dragon because it made him sad, and then I had to fight him because he was going all butthurt.
Okay. I was just curious. I had heard that he shows up in the 1 to 50 somewhere. He'll get a proper introduction.
He is the emo Dragoon. Cool. The Curious Gorge, the warrior NPC, is pretty cool. He's more pissed off than emo.
You have spirit. That I will allow. Yet you struggle to the benefit of none, least of all yourself.
Really do dig their judge armor.
This echo of yours intrigues us. We desire only to understand it, and for that we need your help. You wish to be rid of the icons, do you not? You would have saved yourself a great deal of torment had you accepted our aid from the beginning.
He's probably got to be careful, like, bitch slapping people with that armor. She could easily, like, take their head off. Their little wrist bayonets.
Tell me everything, and I shall end it quickly. Refuse, and though you beg for death, you shall not have it. Which will it be? As you wish.
Interesting that she refers to them as Acons. I don't know that I picked up on that first time.
You leave us no choice but to employ more rigorous methods of study. Be so kind.
Oh damn it, I didn't get a chance to change my gear before the thing.
Does it keep you from doing it?
Well, you can't do it in the fight.
I see. We believe in a thing called Matt. Oh, you mean like in this instance, Darkstar? Talk to people? Absolutely, you're terrifying, Wedge. I love how like all my regular gear is still on. It's just the helm and the chest, so like it really is like a cartoon disguise. Like I'm wearing a box over my head or something.
Or literally wearing a box like your snake.
Right,
I'm
exactly.
gonna make the reference.
Yeah.
If you play Metal Gear Solid 3, you have to go through all of the, or at least I'll link them, all the different codecs.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a great one
With Sigint?
with Sigint, when Snake is saying how he feels home inside the box.
Feel safe here, inside the box.
Another really good one is when he's asking paramedic and Sigint if he eats the mushrooms, if it will recharge his batteries.
That's my favorite codex. Like that is Metal Gear Solid to me when I try to sell it to people. Like you got to understand the way Hideo Kojima writes. Like this is a really serious story, kind of. It's in this context of very ridiculous fourth wall breaking stuff. And like you call her back, it's like, "Hey, I ate those mushrooms and they recharged my batteries," and they're like, "What?" And then like paramedic and Sigint just talk on the side. They're like, "He thinks it recharges batteries. Well, let's just go ahead and let him continue believing that." Snake's like so excited too, and paramedic's like, "Yeah, sure, Snake, it'll recharge your batteries." He's like, "Great." Unequip crap, maybe.
Yeah, when you get to this door, you want to change your gear.
Okay. Thank you. Music here is pretty sweet. Or Matt, there's the vampire bat one.
I don't know if I remember that one off the top of my head.
Oh, it triggers a whole, like there's Snake's Nightmare, where if you catch
yeah, that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you talk to paramedic and you talk about how Snake is
He's-
afraid of
You have to
vampires.
save
Yeah,
when he gets, well, I won't say,
yeah.
but yeah.
Tried all these movies.
I
about
bought the
vampires.
3DS remake of that just because I love that game so much, and it actually was pretty good.
Cool.
If you have the circle pad, or I guess the new 3DS.
New 3DS. Yeah, I should get that for stream when we do it. That'd be cool.
They put a lot of improvements in it, like you can crouch walk in it now, which you couldn't before, and it kind of actually makes the game even easier because you can sneak crouch walk,
Mm-hmm.
and like the aiming with the 3DS is a lot better. And because it adds the, I think at least the PlayStation 2 version I had, I didn't get I got the first version, which is always a mistake in Metal Gear Solid.
Right.
It
Wait
didn't
for
have
the subsistence or whatever.
It didn't have all the different aiming modes, I think.
My favorite thing to do in Snake Eater would be to get the after you beat the game once and you do like a new game plus, you have the Cold War camo that like the guards are afraid to shoot you because they don't want to disrespect the communist symbol.
Right,
Wall.
but
Camel
they'll
and
shoot you from
circle.
the one side. It was America on the one side and Russia on the other.
Yeah. So like they'll like hesitate to shoot you, and in the time they're taking to hesitate, you just play the game no stealth. You just like bull rush every enemy, and while they're hesitating to shoot you, you like CQC them to the ground, and just like judo everyone to death. It's hilarious.
Man, I remember you can get the stealth suit in that by either finding all the frogs or by never getting caught. And I found it easier to just not get caught than to try to find all those freaking frogs.
Yeah. What game is that, Megman? This Imperial soldier was shocked.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Ape Escape games. Yeah, there's a whole like Ape Escape sub game inside of Metal Gear Solid. I'm sure that's what made you bring it up. Did you get like a hat from Ape Escape?
Then you get the easy gun too.
Mm,
Banana camo.
right.
Makes all the food taste good or something.
Home Gang.
How come I can't hurt this mob in the fight that I'm a little bit ahead of you?
He's probably using Home Gang, maybe, unless if it's not the talking about a different one.
Mm,
You have a chain on you. Are you able to move?
No, there's literally only one mob left, and I
Oh.
can't. It's invulnerable.
Interesting.
I'm a whole cutscene and fight ahead of you, though.
Oh, I see.
So if I can't figure it out, I'll just wait.
We'll have to do some Ape Escape on stream.
Oh wait,
Oh,
no,
man.
I found something.
Oh man. Oh man.
Don't skip too much past this dialogue. Marstead.
Okay, I will stop skipping. Actually, I haven't done any skipping in this chain so far.
I think I figured it out. I won't say anything.
It's cool, girl. Now we can play Triple Triad again. There's a patch note about that, not being able to play Tataru. Just there was some, before the Heavensward patch, there was some serious like cognitive dissonance happening for people who were at that point in the main story where Tataru was kidnapped, but they could still go play Triple Triad against her in the bar, so they changed it. So she's not there until after you complete the main story. For the exactly one or two people that negatively impacted. The one finger pointed upward mode. What? What? You can't just drop Phantom Train on me. God, especially not in like the middle of some text.
Yeah, right?
Good call. Yeah, I like how everyone is like every time I bring it would be really cool if there's a Phantom Train fight in this. Everyone's like, da 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 da. Not gonna comment on that.
Gastol is better than Ida any day. Twice on Sunday.
I'm sure this fight would be going a lot faster for me if I had my real gear on.
It's a great equalizer.
Damuda muda. Oda oda.
Right?
Can't be wrong.
I'm glad to be spreading that meme.
Which one?
It's okay to be wrong. It's a
Oh yeah.
such a like nice way to politely disagree with somebody.
Yeah.
Oh man, Mega Man, I'm really glad that they're actually releasing those in the States now. Did you guys hear about the Jump Ultimate Stars game for the DS back in the day?
Yeah.
It's
I had
just-
played like some emulator stuff with
Yeah.
them, and I was like, this is a cool concept. People would like this.
It's basically Smash Brothers, but with all the different anime characters, and it was Japanese only for the DS. It was like the #1 imported title for the DS in the States, and now they have it for PS3, I think they're making a new one.
Guess so. I'm not exactly sure, but man, that's yeah. Shonen Jump is the magazine that releases all the shonen you've heard of. It's
Yeah.
it's DBZ, Bleach, Naruto,
Yeah.
One Piece. It's everybody. Toriko. But they have all the IPs that you want to play in a game like that.
I know that Flare has been talking about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It might be something I get into. I need something to watch while I'm fishing for hours on end. Okay.
I recommend it.
At the point
I would
we're talking-
play,
Oh, I see.
I would play the Joestar game, but I'm a anime only watcher for that, so I'm sure I don't want to see the manga characters.
Got
Because
it.
I'm a spoiler phobe.
Plenty of fishing time. Cool.
You could level everything to 64 times over in the time it takes you to catch up on One Piece.
Fishing is my main way of saving up money for the house right now. I don't know when that saucerfish market's going to dry up, but it is completely cornered by me at the moment. Since Heavensward, no one else has sold one on the market board, and they sell for about 30k a piece every day.
Wow.
What are they used for?
They're level 45 to 55 Grand Company turn-in, and at 51 there's a new fishing skill you get that actually lets you control how often you get HQs. So the fact that it's a moochable item isn't really a problem anymore. Like I can catch one every 5 minutes or so. It used to be that it was a pain in the ass to get because you'd have to rely on getting an HQ fish to be able to mooch it. And so a lot of people are buying them to level up their fishers quickly, and that inevitably is going to dry up. People will have their fishers at 60 and won't need it anymore. I see. There's 2 now. Find the other one. See it. You don't think so, Kami? There's a lot of people who are exclusively leveling their fisher by doing the Grand Company turn-ins, so like, the stuff sells fast too. Like I'll list like 7 HQ saucer fish for about 30k each, and then like 10 NQ1 for 20k each, and by the time I log in the next day they're all sold, so people are buying them, and no one else is selling them. My server anyway. That's the big one. The other one is I leveled my culinarian desynthesis, so I can desynthesize fish into crystals, like wind and water crystals. That it used to be before Heavensward, you barely used crystals for any crafts, and now you use them in a bunch of them. So no one's really figured out yet that you shouldn't sell a fish that desynths into a water crystal for less than the price of a water crystal. People are still posting these fish on the trading post for like 5 gil each, and then you can just desynth them instantly and convert that into 750 gil. Magitek Colossus is pretty sweet looking, like a Iron Giant looking thing. Wait, so is it Urianger? He's a Arcanist? That's cool. A summoner, I suppose. Hey, Lucky Minton, welcome. Cool, Dark Star.
I think he's right about that.
Is that one 8-man or 4-man?
We should just do it, frankly, if we get it. That one, I won't say why, but you're not missing anything if we get randos.
Okay.
But yeah, it's 8-man.
Take the leader, kill the rest.
Cool. Trial music has been great so far. Very nice. Again, impressed with the machinima in this game. Can do a lot with their engine cutscenes. Ah!
Ishtal is secretly a Defender Titan from Destiny. That's their
Oh, they
exact
do.
move that they have.
Hey D-Rock, how you doing?
What took you so long?
Well, it's nice to see you too.
The reunion must wait.
Right. First things first.
Yes, let's get back to being heavily outnumbered.
Ida has very silly pants. He's like Ash from Final Fantasy 12.
Fool of a Lalafell!
Well, excuse me. She's all yours if you think you can do any better.
Is this the first time Biggs and Wedge have been voice acted, or do I just not notice?
I don't know.
No. Oh man, it's gonna be like, do you guys remember this cartoon Exo Squad?
But there's no one in there.
Maybe
It
not.
doesn't ring a bell.
It was like these mechs that they would pilot. They're definitely a toy tie-in show.
Right.
Oh, okay, it's being remote controlled. Spoiler alert, in the last episode it turned out that the mech suits were sapient.
Oh, so like every mech show post 1995.
Right.
Well, I'm
Two.
that's a
Right.
vast overstatement. There's like 40 mech shows per season that comes out, so I
Right. This was like a
Overstatement.
Western toy thing from like '93 or something. It was very Americanized. It was like Mighty Max. It was like, let's just sell you these toys. Oh, that sucks, D-Rock. You done though? Early morning work?
I know not which is more pitiful, the charlatans who rule Eorzea, or the masses that clamor for their implausible panaceas.
Gaius, you talk like an asshole. Like, I like his word choice, but you're not even talking to anybody. So what are icons?
To deny this truth, it is the people who will suffer. Embrace reason.
in the words of Bird, Gaius was very arch.
What in the seven hells?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Icons are what the Garleans called the primals? Okay.
12 preserve us. They finished it. Ultima weapon.
Yay, they said it. They said the thing. Yeah, it has a name, Alphino. Pay attention. Play the other games in the series, dude.
It is a relic of ancient Alag, excavated from its resting place deep beneath Alamigo. The Alagans used it to crush primal and foe alike. And now the Garleans mean to do the same.
Gotcha, D-Rock.
Damn you, Gaius! Look! There, beside the Black Wolf. An Ascian.
I don't know, man. The scene where, like, the Ultima weapon eats the primals is pretty rad.
Yeah.
Overlord, no less. His garb attests to that.
Lahabrea.
Right.
Lucky, sometimes there's voices from NPCs in quests, and sometimes there's not. It's just a function of how much time I think the developers put into each particular scene.
Yeah, I think that the main story, especially much later in the game, tends to always have voice acting, right?
Yeah, in Heaven's Word, it's more the rule than not to have voice acting for anything relevant remotely.
Lucky, I've been playing the whole game on so I'm on the PC version, but I'm using an Xbox 360 controller, and it's totally doable. I mean, I could probably be a little bit more efficient if I was playing on mouse and keyboard. But maybe if you pick up a keyboard for your PS4, just so that you can type to people, the controller scheme is perfectly good. Yeah, the Ultima weapon looks pretty sweet. Mega Man, I'll have to post you a timestamp later for the video where the Ultima weapon is established in this game and it like eats the primals' heads.
All that time, the enemy was beside me, and I never even suspected. And to think that it was I who suggested that Thancred investigate the Asians. How could I have been so blind?
Okay, so that someone in chat like dropped at some point something about Thancred before, and I was like, whatever. He's just the annoying guy who like sends me to go deliver a letter and is there at the person who I'm delivering the letter to. He got there
Yeah,
first.
we knew he was evil a long
He's
time
a
ago.
Well, if you had done 1 to 15 in Old Da, you'd have a more personal connection
with Thancred.
When they learn of the Empire's new weapon, we cannot be certain what they will do.
Oh man, D-Rock. You're about to be caught up with all of us.
Go and offer them what assurances we can that defeat is not inevitable.
When you finish Season 5, D-Rock, we can all speak frankly about our theories for Game of Thrones going forward, because there's really very minimal things that have happened in the book that have not happened by the end of Season 5. In fact, some things have happened at the end of Season 5 that haven't happened in the book.
The situation may have taken an ill...
The best line in all the books wasn't in the show, in regards to the Daenerys at the end.
Oh, being careful not to spoil, but yeah.
I'm not saying anything about where she is or what she's doing. Just saying, best line.
Matters are coming to a head. I hope we can count on you.
Kind of broke the immersion in Alphino's conversation there. He's talking and it pops up, your grade 1 glamour prism has sold for 4,700. Like, awesome.
I am ready. Let us pay a visit to the Council of the Alliance leadership.
Right, D-Rock? Some character died and D-Rock was like, oh man, I was just starting to like that character. And I said, if you are starting to like a character, you should expect it. They're about to die. Whirlwhib.
Everyone should just start making Ramsey the Manzy memes, and then
once he takes off his shirt. We'll talk about it on Tuesday, Apex.
The roost is loose. I'm interested in D-Rock's opinion on Ollie at this point in time.
Oh yeah.
Ollie!
his mom makes the best potatoes.
Wait, so what's the deal with the Archbishop? Are they like in Ulda? Are they tied to all three nations or something?
What reference to the Archbishop?
They're talking about the Archbishop and saying the Archbishop isn't like helping us mobilize.
Oh, that's Ishgard.
Okay,
the
that's what I thought.
Is the leader of Ishgard. They're making a general statement that he's not gonna cooperate with the three parts of Eorzean Alliance politically.
I'm glad to hear there's so much Ishgard foreshadowing at the end of the main story, and it doesn't come out of nowhere. Felt like a lot of the
hours of Ishgard.
World of Warcraft tended to be like, oh, BT Dubs, now you're in Outland. I guess that maybe Burning Crusade was better set up towards the end of Vanilla, but oh, we're going to Panda Island now.
Yeah, I don't know how they tie that into the story.
Yeah.
I don't remember a thing about pandas or monks in WoW before I left. Not a damn thing.
Like, now that you've slain the Lich King, only one thing remains. Oh, actually, no, that was after Cataclysm, wasn't it? But still.
Yeah.
Now that you've brought down Deathwing. I've gotten that sense just from talking to NPCs in Kurthus. Need to have 2 popes. 2 kings, binarchy. Where am I going? Hold on. I just like leave this? This is an instance, I take it, right? Oh, okay. No, it's not. I'm just goofy. Yeah, pretty good, like, quest XP, actually. Glad we timed it just so that we were, like, right at level 50 when we started Heaven's Word.
Yeah.
Might be able to get out of doing too many of the side quests. I think that you weren't, or that you were level capped for a bit. Hey, pack shouldn't matter since you're guessing you have a whole shitload of rested XP. Is it like the bar totally blue?
Yeah.
I want Imerit's sword.
Interesting. I ran out of all my rested XP Dark Star from fishing.
We keep treading the same ground.
Kami's wife isn't very trusting.
Van Baelsar's demands are clear.
I don't know if I trust Merlewib.
Alas, our minds are not.
I've never been one to shy from a fight, but if this weapon of theirs can do all they claim...
It has been 5 years since the calamity, and our people, can we now, in good conscience, conflict, I say, though that would what meaningful resistance can we offer?
Long have we fought the primals, but to what end are we to play this profitless mistake me not? I love liberty.
Hey guys, Warrior of Light over here.
By the 12, though neither of you cried surrender. Not that I deny there is true refugees flood our gates, and I put on a grand show at the remembrance service.
Do not blame yourself, Rauban. You said only that which the people needed to hear. Our citizens had become lost to hope. Our enemy condemns us for failing our while we labored to rebuild their lives.
Her Majesty speaks true. For all our failings, the people's well-being has ever been our foremost priority. While none among us ever doubted that the Empire would one day resume its...
Aye, which is why we look to others to safeguard our future. The scions of the Seventh Dawn. Alas, they are gone, and the Black Wolf is at our door.
Admiral!
Alfinord, Minfilia, and 7 hells! Master Garland?
Oh shit.
And you, dear friend.
I see the upside down cow.
Ralga, you're alive.
As we approached, I would swear I heard talk of surrender, but I know that cannot be.
Hear me, my friends. Accepting the folly, I say. For primals enter this world when mortals call upon them. Nothing is more certain to breed desperation.
Wow, the right click on the requested item to turn it in is real.
We are not blind to the many challenges that each of your nations face.
You weren't doing that either, Clarwing?
No.
I don't have that. For me, like when I go to turn in a item, like automatically jumps to the key items tab and automatically highlights the item I want to select. So I just press A on the controller.
Come what may, We scions will never give up the fight. And so I bid you stand with us, and together we shall safeguard
So like you
the
guys were like
future of the realm.
opening your inventory and looking for the item and then clicking and dragging it onto the spot for the turn-in. Is that right?
Everything. Open the inventory, find what you want, right click, left click real quick, and it jumps to the box.
Wow.
Yeah, you're doing it all
Not
wrong.
quite that bad, but
Sid,
For me, it just opens up the key inventory automatically, and then I just right-click the little box.
Well, yeah, so key's not so bad, but like when you're doing the turn-ins for the grand companies and you got to go find your high-quality item,
Yeah.
and it's got that like sunburst in the top right, so basically you can't see half the icon.
Or when you're doing beast tribes and you got all these things to turn in at the end.
See, the solution is just not do that stuff.
Yeah.
Upside down cow.
Ever have we fought to protect those things we hold dear?
It also kind of looks like a
Shall never change.
like a chicken that's right side up, and it has like little glasses over its beak, like that's resting on the bottom of its nose.
Gridania will go to war. We will fight the Empire.
Don't laugh suddenly. That's not a cool thing to do in a diplomatic talk. It's freaky.
Yeah, those people are crazy. I still stand by my choice of company leader.
Ha ha ha. There you go, saucerfish, 28,000 gil.
I like Raban more now than when I started.
So when he says he lost a homeland, is he talking about Alamigo? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Got it.
So did Alamigo exist as a place to visit in 1.0, or does that even predate?
I think I asked that question, and apparently not.
Gotcha.
Only to have you pluck us out. I've fair lost count.
Mega Man, it reminded me of Final Fantasy X, the awkward laughing scene.
Reckless, the lot of you, like bloody pirates. Well, I won't waste my breath on account of being a pirate myself. Those who would pick a quarrel with us must choose. Let the Garleans come.
If our realm is to be free of this pall of dark...
For Eorzea!
Yeah, the Baron's Circuit Kami is not dyeable, but it happens to be the same color that I'm already using on the rest of my gear, so I'll take it.
We must needs consider how the weapon may be brought to bear against us.
The Maelstrom will secure strategic points along the coastline.
In the meantime,
The warriors have to be red, paladins get to be blue, Dark Knights get to be black. That's the color
Like
scheme.
their soul.
and retire to the waking sands.
I see. I can tell a Dark Knight from about half the screen away with that goddamn ability that the big red swirling mist around them. It's like 4 characters
Yeah.
away from them. You're the same color as the rest of your gear. Waking Sands. Oh man, that's been a while. Dark Side. Okay. It's Cecil's ability. Like there's stance, right?
Kind of weird. I'm not sure, like, how it's intended to be used, but it seems like Dark Side should pretty much always be on.
Yeah.
A little bit that I played with it, so I guess kind of a stand.
Yeah, Defiance was like that for Warrior until now. Now we've got the other one, DPS one, and it's good to switch them even if you're main tanking.
Called Deliverance, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Which, I don't know, I think of the movie every time I see that. It doesn't have any positive connotations.
It's convenient because, like, when you're building wrath stacks when you're in the tank stance Defiance, and it gets converted over to whatever the deliverance stacks are, so you can swap into it, use whatever the skill is, and then swap right back. Stance.
This map cutscene you're about to do is pretty awesome.
Cool.
This warmth inside. I would know something. Was that your power at work earlier?
Nothing of the sort. Oh, hello.
Some people I'll let them talk, but probably not Minfilia. I'm still not impressed.
We must needs plan our next move.
I'll be whatever and wherever you need me to be.
They changed Sid's voice actor too, or is he even in? Well, that's a spoiler.
All right, let's do this. Thancred's fate weighs heavy on my mind. Mayhap you know this already, but the Ascians are immortal beings without physical form. That they might work unseen, one such crystal may...
This is a crystal of darkness.
Oh man, that's like going back to FF4 days.
Using data obtained from anomalous crystals.
It comes to us courtesy of the students of Baldessian. Even for an Archon, Thancred's talents are exceptional.
Okay, there's 4 crystals. Actually, there's also dwarf crystals.
It was for this reason that none among us foresaw the danger in sending him to
Thancred had been striving to fill the void.
Yeah. He would volunteer for everything and work till he was dizzy.
And the toll taken by his exertions made him vulnerable to Ascian influence.
The crystal that binds Thancred must be somewhere on his person. You have proven the stoutest of allies, yet the most perilous struggle is still to... Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. As I am sure you are aware, what you may not be aware of is that your many... I must cut... Yet remember this, how a new darkness threatens the... I believe that you are she, a warrior of light. Come, my friend.
Glad you guys caught up on that one. Yes, I'm the Warrior of Light. Oh, cool. I'm on the map screen now you're talking about. Again, cool what they can do with the engine. Hey Murph, how's it going? Seeing you again. So what's the deal? How did they get away with like building all these fortresses in the middle of every
I know,
zone?
right?
Yeah. How are they not already taken out?
Blame PS3.
Blame PS3 for everything. I feel bad. I was one of those players in Final Fantasy 11. I was a staunch PS2 player. I didn't have a gaming PC at the time. So I always have people would bitch about that.
You got hit by heavy.
Oh god, heavy.
You have your Celine out?
No.
Oh, that's kind of setting up. Probably shouldn't play the victory theme until after we've actually won.
I know, right?
Oh, the map won.
It's like, now that we did all that. There's a rule in film and TV. If you ever see characters like laying out their plan, it's almost never going to happen the way that they describe it. Unless if it's Ocean's 11, but even then, it doesn't necessarily, they exclude things from it that keeps it surprising.
Hey, cool.
Okay, now that I think me and Pat are at a stopping point until you catch up, I'm going to take a couple-minute break.
Okay.
So, be right back.
Cool, see you. I'm taller than all the scions. I'm sure in your guys' cutscenes they're all looking down at you.
Yeah.
The whole looking at the map and splitting people up stuff reminds me in a good way of Final Fantasy VIII, like going to the forest, owls and timber, and making that plan to help hijack the train with the president, or
right.
going to fight Idia in the Disc 1, the Galbadia sequence.
It's like as soon as they're like, okay, let's lay all this stuff out, like, okay, something bad's gonna happen, because it would be bad storytelling to like outline this complete story and then just do exactly what we said we were gonna do. Which is interesting because in the real world it's actually usually very valuable to plan, but in fiction, if you see someone planning, it's almost always a death knell for the success of their plan. Seen there's somebody hangs out in Kurthus with I think is the Twintanium Mount.
I haven't seen it yet.
They just kind of chill sitting on it. Cool, Dark Star. I thought it was just Ifrit. Or Ifrit.
He did a lot of the music for 1.0.
Cool.
I think these both are leftover songs from 1.0.
Oh, right on, Kami. I must have been seeing somebody with a different dragon then. Dargon.
Boiler mount.
Cool.
Yeah, I want to get a rundown eventually of what tracks he composed for Heaven's Word and what tracks Soken did. Because I think he did the main theme for Heaven's Word again.
It's a lot harder to tell. Soken's quite good. With 11,
good.
you could tell, like, okay, this is the Uematsu song, because this is the rad one. Soken's pretty great. I like most of the soundtrack.
It's funny, just to me, how in the credits roll, the first two names that you have to see are Yoshitaka Amano and Nobuo Uematsu. No matter how tangentially related to the project they were,
Right.
even though
They just wanted to
Amano's
make it
got his
clear
own
that-
office,
yeah.
it's just tradition, and
Yep.
they know they have to have that name there, even if they didn't do a damn thing for the game.
Like, if they could get
So.
Sakaguchi to, like, you know, design one NPC, he'd probably be the first one. Man, the E3 conference for Square Enix is pretty a letdown after all that hype with, oh yeah, they're going to revive an old partnership and bring back a new franchise, and...
What did that turn out to be?
We don't know.
Star Ocean?
It could have been Star Ocean. Yeah, you might be right.
I like Star Ocean.
Yeah.
I didn't play the last, whatever the latest one was. So I was interested to see a new version of that, where it sounds like they're addressing the issues of the last two, which were too cutscene heavy. Gameplay-wise is what makes those games, but they're also like the most anime things in existence.
Right.
So it's very difficult to breach that barrier.
Right.
I liked some of the Hitman aesthetics, even though I've never played a Hitman game they announced. I liked the Deus Ex games they announced, so I was a fan of the Square conference, I guess.
It was mostly their ending that was they brought the CEO out and everybody was all hyped up that they were going to announce something big. They're like, yeah, we're working on this new IP with this Tokyo RPG team. And they didn't give any details. They showed like 2 pieces of concept art. I feel like what they wanted to do was end with the Final Fantasy VII remake announcement, but Sony had already done that, so
right.
They probably had the wind stolen from beneath their sails. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'm gonna throw up a BRB, and then we can do this thing. Is this one that we're about to do? Is this 8-man?
Yes, this is your first 8-man content in the game.
Cool. Alright, be right back.
Make fun of Cave Westwind.
User disconnected from your channel.
See ya, Cappy. Thanks for joining in.
Alright, I'm back. Darkstar, did you want to try to Q-snipe this one? On tank? You can try to coordinate that when I hit begin queuing. Turn up the music, it is. Darkstar, did you want to try queuing with us for this one? Try to coordinate with you. Let me, I can queue real quick and see if another tank pops in immediately, because if not, then we should be able to get in, I think. Let me kill these 3 mobs first. I think we're still waiting
Yeah, this
on Matt
is not
too.
a good place to
AFK. But we'll slowly get level 51 together. Apex.
Yeah.
And that scholar gear though.
Heck yeah.
Alright, Darkstar, I'm gonna try to queue. I'll let you know, I'm gonna look at it. Not for Haukke Manor. Oh, there's a trial, that's interesting. Wow, it was basically instant. So unless if you clicked it too. Cool, cool. I wasn't expecting it to be instant. Will do.
So we can watch the cutscene here, IMO.
Okay.
There's just the one at the beginning and the one at the end, really.
Sure.
Press slash and see if anybody's bitching too hard, but it's not long.
Oh, another Tetra.
Hmm.
Big Stargate back there. Since we have randos, I'll just ask them to let us know what we should know, or you can tell us if you want. Clearing. Okay. It's typically been the feedback I've gotten from everybody.
Yep. Fact. Digress, go!
Right, you're on Paladin, aren't you? Cool.
No, I'm Monk.
Oh, disregard.
He's
oh,
Paladin.
Tetranova. Okay, it's
Yep.
like similar gear. So I guess I'll off tank. Any ads spawn, which maybe they won't. Music is pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Or he'll just pull all of them, that's cool too. Yeah, I can't get those off of him without provoking.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's cool, he talks.
The end.
No, right on.
It's a 30-second fight.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Hey Rick, how's it going, man?
It sounds like you got a card from that as well.
Oh, cool.
Oh, did you?
That's Steel Reason? That's a really sweet song. You said that's Uematsu?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
Nice.
Heck yeah, I got a card. Ooh. Look at it after.
Yeah, so that's Babby's first 8-man, basically.
We did a guild house that was 8-man. We were kind of surprised when it happened. To bring Babby back to New York to Lady to rest.
Point of interest, did they ever say his name? I called him Britannian half the time, but I know that's wrong. Like D'Artagnan, but not.
Hmm. Well, it seems like the voice actors are inconsistent. Like, it's supposed to be Alpha No, but a lot of the US voice actors say Alpha Nod.
They really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But it's not consistent. Some of them say Alpha Nod, some of them say Alpha No.
That would bother me.
Benefit of Japanese being you see how it's romanized? Pronounce it exactly that way. There's no ambiguity.
Yeah.
Pronounce every letter. Oh man, Lahabrea is secretly a hot anime dude. I'm shocked. Said no one. So like that's people are excited to get that in their roulette because it's like a quick 30-second fight and it's over and they leave.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
people used to farm it for one of the Zodiac quests is farming something called lights, and you get lights from doing pretty much anything. You get a set amount from certain trials. So this is a very, very quick trial to get lights on. So before better options emerged, people love to just get this.
Oh yeah, no, I caught that comment. We were joking about how earlier someone slipped and spoiled that Thancred was a bad guy, but it was like we already knew he was a bad guy because he's the one that made us deliver a letter to someone and then was at the person we were delivering the letter to before we got there. I'm still saying though that like you see the guy that's masked, okay, he's gonna take that mask off and he's gonna be a hot anime dude, no matter who he is. That's how it does. Yeah, yep. Caught that. I've been looking for it ever since it got spoiled. I forget who did it. Alright. Report to some dude. Got it.
I'm gonna take my punk ass back to some training dummies because I completely forgot how to do monk.
Give them silver pieces. Blue fog, huh? It's a northern Thanalan. It's a non-port. If Thancred's the worst spoiler we hear, though, that's not that big of a deal. I certainly didn't deduce that it was Lahabrea. The tar pit guy. I haven't had too much else spoiled so far. I guess there's a Moogle village that you can't get away from. The top 3 posts, like they are marked as spoilers, but the title says that. Back to killing stuff. Do you think, given the number of quests between here and the next dungeon, you think we'll make it to the next dungeon before the hour's up? That's...
I remember it being quick.
Okay. And try to do that and finish up. And then I'll keep stream running for a little bit and do those Hildebrand quests on stream. If you guys, I'll stay in TeamSpeak if you want to hang out. Won't continue the main scenario.
Which quests are those?
Is that on the... Is that Gold Saucer? Or where do you go to start that?
Where do you go to start?
You get like a funny dance at the end of it and it's full of like Final Fantasy references.
First thing I remember is... Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
It's one of those quests where you just gotta keep clicking the same thing.
Told you, man, there's this core of Japanese players that, like, is itching for the next fetch quest and they hate doing the dungeons. Can I get back to the game?
No, this area right here is the game, at least for me, the next couple of weeks. Just these fates.
Thanks, Ben.
If someone wants to start this Bray merchant and get the one fake going, or get some Gorgamera or whatever his name is.
Do those dark devices.
All those, man. I've done them probably a million times now.
Are you capped out on seals now?
If I hadn't been spending on stuff, like I bought the just bullshit, like the little serpent hatchling.
Oh, he's up on the rock. Let's get up there. I'll turn that off now. Established. Feeding soldiers stew. Gotcha. Cool, Kami. We still have to do quite a bit more to get Ishgard unlocked, though, right? Talking earlier with Flarewing before Matt and Hapex got on, I think we should try to beeline for unlocking Ishgard, and we don't have to necessarily do Ishgard right away, but do the remaining like optional stuff, main dungeons and things like that in Realm Reborn, and then once all that's done, then actually do Ishgard. But unlocking it would be nice so that we can at least get the 3 new jobs and access to the vendors in there and things like that.
If you guys want to stay late, I'm down for that, but it's up to you. I don't know what everybody's schedule is.
I would prefer to stop on schedule. Let me check real quick. Like what? Well, before I even bother checking, Matt, Hapex, do either of you have the time to keep playing after 1 hour?
Probably not.
Okay. Let's just stop on schedule then. We'll continue on Wednesday night.
Okay.
Does that still work for you guys?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I may have a test on Thursday that might keep me out. Yeah, I have a test on Thursday. It's really bad timing. But probably not something I can be on stream because of. So you guys aren't gonna miss me though on the last 2 fights.
Well, we'll miss you no matter what, but we can. You already have it unlocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe will we maybe good the next Saturday?
Yeah, I'll be good on Saturday.
Okay.
No, I'll be gone on Saturday.
Saturday. Okay. So it would be this Wednesday and then the following Wednesday probably.
That's good for me.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
What's in this building, isn't it? It's on the building. Oh, is it? Huh, I didn't know that about the Poetics gear. I've been getting Poetics from doing other random crap, like... Since anything that previously gave Soldiery Tomes now gives Poetics. Beast Tribe dailies. I finished the Ixal ones, so I'm just doing the other Beast Tribes to use up my allowances and get a decent number of Poetics from that. Now that you get a ridiculous 12 allowances per day. It's cool. It's not that huge of an upgrade on the vendor stuff we have now at 115, but... Oh, does eye level not pay attention to like HQ? I thought that like an HQ level 35 item, for example, would have an eye level of 40. I thought eye level was a complete and perfect representation of the quality of gear.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's that way in Heavensward anymore, but it is for Poetics and Token gear. It may just be a function of you can't get the other kind of Poetics gear, it's only from tokens, but you can get random drops of higher eye level gear at Heavensward.
And all these silver pieces, money in the bank. Holy crap, that's a lot of people running Fates.
Yeah, apparently this area has better XP than even the Fates in the newer areas.
Is it just that there are more Fates more often, or the enemies die faster? I heard that enemies in Ishgard have too much HP.
I'm not sure what it is, it's just what I've heard.
Yeah, there's some math behind it apparently. I read in a post, they may know more about it in chat, but just basically you get shit EXP from Fates in at 51, and it has something to do with their scaling Fates based off of you already having a 60, you're doing an alt class.
Yeah, with at least when I was getting stuff to 50, I know that's different than post 50, but with the armory bonus, I was getting 28,000 XP per Fate here. That's not counting the Gojamera was like 60,000 or 70,000.
Which is literally twice what the Fates are giving you in Heavensward right now, so.
Wow. People think that's a bug? That seems like a bug. We don't want people to be using Fates as their primary of leveling. Matt, are you super excited for the next Diablo 3 patch?
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'll probably play it on stream. Maybe I might just do the PTR. It seems like the PTR has run for so long now that you may as well just treat the PTR as its own season. I guess you don't get to have any carryover to your main character, but...
Yeah, I'm not big on doing PTRs.
What's new in the new patch?
This is pretty cool, man. So they added a cube, like the Heraldric cube, that you can use to pull unique legendary effects off, and then you can equip those legendary effects into 3 slots on your character. So you have like a weapon effect slot, a jewelry effect slot, and an armor effect slot. So no longer do you need to find like the perfect ancient furnace or whatever your final weapon is. You just need to find any furnace, and then you can take that affix off of it and equip it, and use whatever cool ancient weapon you find aside from that. It's going to open up a lot of builds for like witch doctors in particular, because right now witch doctors, their big problem is all their awesome gear is on their helmet. So just get, take the Mask of Duram, equip it as your effect so that you get the plus 100% pet damage, and equip whatever other cool helmet you want to use. You're not forced into using that one. You won't have to have the Ring of Royal Grandeur necessarily if you choose to use that as your jewelry effect.
If,
yeah. I mean, it's pushing the problem ahead is what they keep doing. Now there's still going to be like, okay, what's the ideal configuration? But it's less of a problem of, okay, I need to get my perfect ancient Kreider shot. Like, I just need to get 8 Kreider shot if I want to enjoy that effect. They're changing Hellfire amulets, so they always drop with a socket. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, I had a boredom. I farmed 1 on my Barbarian this last season because it was just so easy with the current Barbarian stuff I had. And I got a pretty decent roll that had a socket, and I can't remember what passive. It was a decent passive, but it was like not good enough to use, but I stashed it.
They're making it much easier to farm for. A couple other things. They're adding up
No
through
more
Torment
trials.
X. Yeah, no more trials finally. As we've been saying, like, it's just a matter of time until they cut it. Torment 10 should be cool. The cube's definitely the biggest thing. It makes it a little less stressful. Oh, there we go. This one is 8 mana as well. Castrum Meridianum?
Yes, it's 8 man.
8 man, okay. Do you want to try queuing with us?
I could try. I'm not sure if it's going to do it since you guys are in a pre-made group, so it should probably pop instantly.
Alright, I can give it a shot here. Are you guys ready?
Give me just a sec.
Okay.
Sure.
Skip all cutscenes except for the last boss. Okay, we can do that, and I can watch them in the inn afterward. Just do that on stream. I hear that the reason for wanting to do that is that the dungeon is not particularly well designed compared to all the other ones, and that there are very long cutscenes interspersed throughout it.
Yeah. They just threw in a bunch of story cutscenes in the middle of a dungeon, and people are really impatient. They want their tomes.
Yep.
They could have put it in any of these fest quests beforehand. Alright, so I'm going to queue... hold on. Right now. I don't see a second tank in yet. So. In fact, it's just us.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Yeah, if you want to come healer, that's cool too. Whatever.
Everything
we
but
have a healer
tank.
now. Yeah, just waiting on a tank. There we go. Should pop up in a sec.
Did it pop for you?
Yeah, I got it pop up.
Did you just get thrown into the dungeon?
Yep, pulling us in now.
Okay, I think I just got into it.
Let's hope.
Skipping.
I'll wave to you if I'm in the same group as you.
Cool. If not, sorry, enjoy. Hey, alright. Cool. So since we've got randos with us, feel free to tell us what to do. Here we're just kind of pulling groups, I take it?
Yeah, don't worry about the ones that are patrolling in the background, because we're going to turn off the searchlights first. Or someone's going to.
Gotcha. Is there a tank off tank dynamic in this one?
Not really.
Okay. And I see you went and grabbed another group and pulled them to this one to just benefit AoE, basically. Cool. Skipping. Yes, I do.
Just run along the outer wall.
Outer wall? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. We're gonna try to not pull the pats like I just did for future reference.
Sometimes they'll just go on you anyway, so there's not much you can do about it.
Okay, but you try to avoid if you can.
Doing big boy pulls too.
So we can do it. Really a cutscene mid-battle? That's swell. He's still cyclonic, so keep an eye on.
If you want to just grab the ads that show up, you can. If you don't,
okay,
you could just tank the boss. It doesn't really matter.
I'll take ads. That works. Go for it. We're big enough that we would be able to handle it with just one tank, though, I assume.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Pretty fun. Enjoying it. Cool. Nice. Yeah, no kidding, Kami. Anything we do triggers a cutscene. Ugh. What a wonderful smell you've discovered. Glad to be dropping down disposal suits in the Empire's domain.
Wall again.
Okay, got it. That seems to be pretty standard, right? Skip the cutscene.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. The Medicis is a white mage. Sure. Not that it matters, but
Not at Dark Gear levels, but it
Yeah.
often does.
yeah.
There's particular mobs here that we're killing for these incendiaries that you see, but a lot of it can be skipped.
I see. For the incendiaries, you say?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Oh, the items that we need for the quest. Sure.
Yeah.
See it now. Got it. One thing I'll have to get used to with 8-man parties is I've gotten so used to like just looking on the left, and if everything is red, I'm happy. But if there's a second tank, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
What's the shield stance?
Yeah, this is kind of cool. So the Astrologian has like basically a white mage stance and a scholar stance, so that they can look at who the other healer is and pick the one that complements rather than overrides.
So if you want to pull the ones from the left side,
okay,
you can, and then I'll pull the ones from the right.
Sounds good. Just grab both of them. Bring them together. Sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
Got it.
Yeah, so it's basically there because like White Mage has a lot of regen abilities and Scholar has a lot of shield abilities, and they didn't want people to say, okay, well I don't want to bring an Astrologian because they're not going to work with that. So they have this ability where out of combat they can switch between giving shields or giving regen, and typically it's just correct to pick whatever is the opposite of the other healer that you have with you.
Sure.
We can skip that ad.
Okay. We already did the thing. Okay, sure. It's a cool looking dungeon.
Obviously, don't go into the searchlights.
Cool. Skip the cutscene.
The pulls get a little more interesting after this.
Cool, I like interesting pulls. Cool dungeon so far, though. Hey, Yahun, how's it going? A more reasonable time of day for you now, I imagine. Alright, anything I need to know for this fight?
Just grab the ads when they spawn. There's a lot of them.
Cool.
They spawn at all three. They spawn in at each of the doors on the sides, and then where we entered from.
Am I just holding them, or do we need to fight them?
You can hold them, because I'm pretty sure people will fight them. If you want to bring them over to me, though, you can.
Okay, sure.
We'll have this
Odds
guy
are
down
we're just going to
before.
burn the boss down anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's down before Bob's your uncle, so.
Good to know, but for
sounds
future
like you've got a
reference,
line,
though,
but-
it's pretty much the standard, though, is go in and try to grab all of them.
Yeah, it's just general off-tanking is
Yeah.
grab everything, and the DPS should kill stuff that needs to be killed.
But in this case, the heals are strong enough and the DPS is strong enough that we don't really need to kill the ads. We just need to keep them off the DPS and the healers. Alright. Magitek hype. Oh, let me skip the cutscene. Doing well, man. Good to see you here when it's not in the context of insomnia.
drag them in front of the cannons for enough range so that the DPS could shoot at them with the cannons.
I see. Sure. Just these guys?
Yeah, they should die fairly quickly.
Nice. Yeah, no kidding. We bring in more adds to the cannons or moving along?
We have one more.
is
We have
hang
one more
out here.
Colossus.
Okay.
Yeah, you two tanks would be the only ones that go to pick up that one Colossus, and everybody else hangs out here.
Gotcha, makes sense. Cool.
Oh yeah, those Colossus have a tendency to aim exhaust towards the cannons. So if they target the cannons, stun them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, just run along the outer wall again.
Sure.
I'll pull the dudes here.
Cool.
And you could grab the ones near the cannons or something once people are closer to the cannons.
Sure.
Or if someone accidentally pulls one.
See the cannons back there at 1.
Oh, I see him. Sure.
Are they
can
on the cannons back there?
I can pull him to it. I got you now.
Not yet. As soon as you get him, then I'll head to cannons.
Sure.
Okay.
They're on him now. So just pull him into like the middle between all of them, where I am right now.
Pull them in front of the
Front of 'em?
cannons, all
Okay.
4 of them.
Sure. Got it. Thank you.
Take him to A. There you go.
Helpful.
Yeah, it's a little too close for the cannons to shoot right there. No.
I see. Okay, and he's bringing a whole bunch of other groups here. Got it. Do you guys have like a target ring or something when you're commanding the cannon, or they just shoot a specific area?
Ground
Yeah,
targeting.
Ground targeting. Okay.
Yep.
Cool, cool.
Got it.
For this, all you have to do is pick up the ads when they spawn. Don't worry about the claws, because Sid will take care of those.
Mhm.
You can't even target them, so...
Okay.
Well, the first set of claws you can target. The set it on, you can't.
Oh, I see.
It is so slow.
Come on, Sid. You're in a mount. None of us are mounted.
Yeah, I can handle the boss if you want.
Okay, sure, yeah. I'll stay as off tank. I know that's typically the role that warrior plays anyway. Be good to get some training on it. And there may still be more ads though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for the final set of ads, a Vanguard will show up as well.
Mhm.
Just go take them off to a corner of the arena, because we're just gonna burn the boss down at that point.
Okay. Apex, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you got
I'll
it.
see if you.
I see when I'm being able to target the hands. Sure.
Comes the Vanguard.
Yeah, I see him.
Damn it. Keep forgetting Dragon Kick in my rotation. How to into monk.
Cool. YouTube. Not many usually. I've got 2 right now. It's all about building an audience, and it's harder to like establish a channel for live streaming on YouTube right now because they haven't formally released YouTube Gaming. But it's nice to have the simul stream because anyone can switch over to YouTube if they need to. Is this a cutscene we should skip or watch?
You could skip it.
Okay.
There's 2 ways to go here. You can go through these ads for a little shorter, or you can go around the long way.
We're just gonna pull those first set up towards that cannon where A is, or where A used to be. And then for the second set, everyone will move down to those cannons, I think.
Okay.
Same cannons from before. Okay, sure. And this is this like strictly necessary, or it just speeds up the DPS a whole lot?
Speeds it up.
Yeah.
Pretty common for the cannons to get destroyed by people who aren't familiar with what's going on, so.
I see.
That or just bad luck in general.
Right. We're gonna, when YouTube Gaming gets released, it's supposed to be later this summer, they should be adding a lot more tools like Twitch to improve your discovery. So I'm gonna continue simul streaming to both. Alright, should I be coming with you as well, Darkstar?
Yeah, because there's something I need to teach you.
Sure, cool.
First up, we have to get rid of this guy.
Okay, so we're just gonna bring him back to them.
Yeah, you have aggro on him.
Okay, I'll just bring him back. That Tomahawk entity, though. Okay, so you just basically pulled 2 switches there to open that door?
Yeah, but here's the thing. You do not pull any of those things in the courtyard.
Okay.
You just run along the outer wall here and grab the monsters from up here, whatever you want to call them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Bring them back.
Yeah, and bring them back to the cannons.
Okay. Might need to grab one more off here. There we go.
Reaper still has aggro on me, so I'll bring it back.
Oh, okay, sorry. I can provoke it real quick. Got it. Are you doing something over there in the meantime? We're just kind of waiting because no reason to come to.
Yeah, I'm gonna be turning off the searchlights.
Oh, awesome, yeah.
Yeah, each of these guys guards a searchlight panel.
Mm-hmm.
And if you angle your jump right, you can just jump right over the railing and get to the next one.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I saw the panel up there. I'll be up there and see if I can make the jump.
You could also just walk along, but you just have to hug the wall then.
I see. Oh, sure, I see it here. I guess if you have those, I'll just go hit the other one if you didn't already.
I haven't hit it.
Okay.
It's red if it's red if you haven't activated it.
Cool, cool.
There's still a couple more pulls after we activate the searchlight because there's still 2 more Magitek Colossus
Gotcha.
to get rid of. But we have to fire the cannon a couple of times first. And then, yeah, after we shoot down this airship, that's the cutscene you don't want to skip.
I see. Cool. So these colossi that just spawned, I should just grab both of them, basically?
Grab them and bring them back to the cannons, yes.
Okay, sure. And is it just these 2?
Yeah, those are the last 2.
Cool.
Right.
Now everyone can move forward to the boss arena.
Do we use these anti-aircraft cannons at all?
Yeah, we had to destroy the airship before the boss shows up.
Gotcha. Oh, cool. Oh, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I think
there's people are still in cutscenes.
I see.
Is this the one we should watch or skip?
This is the one you should watch, but you can go back to the end room and watch it later if you want.
Let's see.
No, my bad. I skipped it. I'll watch it in the end after. After we fight her, we could watch one too. Music's pretty cool.
Okay, for this boss, when the cannons are loaded, you fire it at her Magitek armor. If you have aggro on her, just go stand on A. She doesn't do a lot of damage at all. She doesn't do a lot of damage. So just stand on A if you have aggro, because she doesn't do a lot of damage at all.
Okay, am I doing anything as off tank here?
You're just gonna grab the adds after the cannon, after she gets hit by a cannon.
Cool. That song is sweet. And the thought of keeping her here is just so that it's easy to target, right? Take it.
Yeah. My cannon.
You gotta load the missiles, I guess.
Don't worry about trying to get aggro on her. Because
Yeah.
whoever has aggro on her can just stand there.
I see.
Yep. Matt, get to A.
There's the ads. Okay, sure. Let's see. So are you also grabbing ads in this fight, since it's kind of not worth it to have a main tank on the boss?
Pretty much, this is only phase 1 of the boss, so...
I see. The ads go down sometimes before I can even get to them to pull aggro. They don't hit too hard. I'll try to pull them towards the boss, though. I need to do better with having lots of ads spawning all around the map from that's a lot more common later on. Really, it's fine right now, but...
Yeah, a lot of times it's better to let him just group up on the healer and then grab him.
Oh, that makes sense. Is that so they're naturally going to run toward?
Yeah. 9 times out of 10.
This song is really sweet. I'm glad I turned up the music.
Now for this phase, she'll summon adds throughout the fight. You'll see a targeting reticle on someone. Don't worry about it because the ads have no aggro table and they'll always go for that person. If you're targeted, you just stand on top of the boss. And the final ad that she summons is a Magitek Giant. By the way, you may want to skip the cutscene.
Okay, sure. Thought that was the one we could watch. I'm coming. Oh, come on. Load faster. There we go.
But yeah, the Magitek Giant has an aggro table, so feel free to grab it and take it off to a corner of the arena.
Okay. Cool, I'm on it. The other ones, although they appear on the aggro table, don't really seem to respect it, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Very good.
And that's
Okay.
Castrum.
Cool. Thank you for the help, Darkstar. Appreciate it.
Yep, Praetorium's less trash mob heavy and more boss heavy.
And it seems like that's the design from there on out, right? It's more individual boss fights, less trash fights.
Yeah, for Praetorium, that's pretty much what it is. And
Also less DPS mechanics.
There are no. I don't think there are any fetch quests between Castrum and Praetorium, so.
Okami's really good, bossy. We just played that on stream recently. No loot.
No, but you may have gotten a Livia card out of it. I'm not sure. The 8-man dungeons don't drop any gear or anything.
I see. Okay, we could knock out Praetorium if it's really that short and there's no other quests on the way. I guess we just have to skip the cutscenes and watch them in the inn afterward.
Yeah. I'll be right back anyways, in case you need me to queue up again.
Okay. Matt, hey Pax, would that work? I mean, it might take us 5 minutes over or so.
Yeah, it's probably fine.
Yeah, okay.
Make sure there's not any fetch questing along the way. Oh man, I can't guess which mount it is.
Fat Magitek armor.
Fat Magitek armor. The Magitek armor is like chasing a cake around. Yes. Oh, that's great. Can we have more of that where like we beat a dungeon and then immediately unlock the next one? Alright, I'll wait for Darkstar to get back.
I'll be right back myself as well.
Cool. I will keep stream running to those on Twitch. I'm going to go back to the inn and watch all the cutscenes. I might not do Hildebrand today. Might just do that before stream or after stream on Wednesday or this upcoming... Maybe do that on Saturday since Hapax can't play anyway. I can just do a quick Hildebrand quest series stream. We'll see.
I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. Alright, we're going to try to do the same thing here. Alright, I'm queuing now.
I think Matt was still away.
Oh. Let me withdraw.
You guys maybe want to mend your gear. I don't know when the
call.
last time you did was, but...
I withdrew my registration.
Yeah, I heard.
Cool.
You may want to unqueue again because you have Cape Westwind still queued marked on your list, I think.
Good call. Good looking out.
I do that shit all the time.
Oh, right, because it's on a different tab.
Well, I did it back when it was all on one tab just because I'm an idiot.
And this is the end of 2.0, right? Everything after this is patch content?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's 2 dungeons after this that were in 2.0, but they were optional, so...
Gotcha. Oh wow, I didn't know it was that long. That sounds perfect then, Kami. I'll do that on Saturday. If anyone else is around and wants to do Hildebrand quests, just talk about it on TeamSpeak. Do that next week, Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, I will, Kami. Alright, so I'm going to queue again. And I'm ready, and I'm clicking join right now. And the tank slot's still open. Still open. There we go.
It just filled?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it wasn't me then, because I just hit queue up a couple seconds ago.
Same skip cutscenes, right? To not
Yeah,
make it 2
I'm
hours
not-
long.
Yeah, I'm not in this group, so...
Okay. Thanks again for your help, man.
I could stick around if you need advice or anything. Because I'll be watching the stream, but I ran Praetorium way too many times to count. trying to farm a card here.
Oh, you did that.
Apex, you want to just let me know what I should be doing?
I'm still on a loading screen.
You mean Flare Wing, right?
Or, yeah, sorry, Flare Wing.
I mean, I can tell you, but...
You guys are twins. Yeah, just go over there on the left.
That seems like the right way.
Alright, so what are we doing first here once we load in?
Pull everything.
Pull everything.
Well, let Zero must pull everything because he's got
Okay.
a few 50s.
Okay.
And everybody that's not a tank, put the Magitek terminal port out. Don't fight. Or I guess we're fighting.
Make sure the music's up, by the way, as well.
Yeah, this is pretty sweet.
What were you saying we should be doing instead of fighting?
Yeah, can you explain that?
Well, if I remember correctly, a lot of times the tank just pulls everything, while everybody else just kind of clicks on the Magitek terminal and ports out of here.
And the tank just takes care of them?
Tank just holds on to them and then clicks the terminal to get out after everybody else is already gone. And I think you can do it... God, it's been forever since I've been here. Run with the tank here.
Short. Oh, cool. Pretty neat.
Down there.
Yeah, I see what you mean about the big kid pulls.
Yeah.
Are we attacking or just hitting the transporter?
I warped out.
So what am I doing as the tank then? If everyone's leaving.
I think just leave. Leave
Once everyone else is
everyone's
left?
done.
Okay, sure. Yeah,
Maybe
it's
not
letting
a
me
great plan,
interact
maybe.
with it. Maybe it just has us die.
Like both healers decided to port.
Well, you
That's
said
what you guys-
everybody but the tank.
Yeah, right.
I was worried about that.
It's cool. Like, were the healers supposed to stay for us to duo the monsters, or? Oh, I see. No, we were just supposed to die. It's okay. You did the right thing, Apex. It just makes things much faster if we just die, because once you guys all go through, we end up just porting to you in the next room. That makes sense. That's what speeds it up. I guess I wouldn't have known to do that. It's kind of a skip.
I feel the need to ask for every fight, are we actually fighting here? Like, I don't...
Yeah. These ones, it appears we're actually fighting.
Does the content now shift to being all 8-man dungeons, or do we go back to doing some light party stuff too?
It's back to 4-man after. It's back to 4-man after this. The only 8-man dungeons there is Coil right now, Binding Coil.
I see.
Which is basically a raid, right? It's...
Yeah, it's raid.
Gotcha. And that's true in Heavensward as well?
Pretty much. The only thing that's 8-man are Trials and Trials are going to be 8-man again, are still going to be 8-man.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess Crystal Tower, you're in an 8-man party, but it's 24 people total. It's divided up into 3 alliances.
Seems like a fairly tank and spank fight right here.
The boss just keeps spinning around. Why?
Okay. I missed.
So that's an actual lift.
Matt, they left us.
Can you just drop down the lift? And the bosses are spinning to target their abilities, I see. Oh, so you can't even just jump down from there. That's crazy.
No.
I would have expected that would have been like a cutscene, not an actual physical lift. I'm pretty much just gonna follow this Dark Knight.
Yeah, keep running along with him right now.
Okay.
Well.
This one BPS really wants to fight the ads.
They're probably new too.
Okay.
Don't know.
Yeah, I think I definitely prefer the 4-man content, but maybe it's just because we don't have a static 8-man at the moment.
This is just super hectic.
Yeah.
If you were on progression 8-man content, it'd be different.
Yeah.
But this is
You'd have
way
to communicate,
overgeared,
right?
and this is a really weird dungeon set with the cutscenes.
Mm-hmm. This music is really awesome, though.
Yeah, everybody click the ID card reader. You have to
Gotcha.
click the ID card reader no matter who else has done it, and then get to the left. I've made that mistake before.
Make it just underneath this guy's crotch.
The fun dragon Dark Knight, man. Demon Dark Knight. Really do like the design of this dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Aesthetically, not as much the trash fights and things.
Well, here's some more fun trash fights for you. Click on the armor.
I'll watch that cutscene later. I'm excited to see it. Nice! Alright. Magitek cannon and photon stream. Straight line. Designated area. Okay.
Slow. I'm a tank again.
It's pretty great.
Now, attack the barrier.
Nice. Awesome.
Ow.
It's pretty neat.
Makes it feel powerful.
Yeah.
And a whole train full
Which is
of
what it should
Magitek
do.
armors.
Yeah. That's fun dungeon design. I like stuff that does things like that.
One more.
Skipping. Aw.
Hype for everybody's favorite galleon.
Yeah, I see why they have all the cutscenes, because there's all the kind of cool stuff in here, but it doesn't seem right to do that in a dungeon. Maybe they could have done it like the turns, where like you have fetch quests outside the dungeon, and then the turn is just the battle itself.
Yeah, they've definitely learned from it since here.
Yeah. What's this song that's playing right now? Is this Steel Rain?
Yep.
Or no? Okay, this song is pretty rad.
Kind of the galleon general's song.
Yeah. Anything I need to know for this one? Just pick up ads if they spawn. Don't stand in that.
Don't stand in the fire.
Claw is attached to one of the enemies. This one
he has
what's
he's
that?
got a punt, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, so I'm doing that. I don't think I can really actually get on the aggro table of the ads. They just link to what they're coming at. The person maybe needs to run so that other people can kill it before it gets to them. I believe Steel Reason is a DLC song on Theater Rhythm. I know that Hard to Miss is the Fate boss music, as is Way of the Earth, the Titan theme.
Oh, that's cool.
I was playing those on Theater Rhythm when we were doing it on stream. Man.
I don't know if you remember, but Nero took his head off at one point, and he had a really cool, interesting design for his character.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a shame you had to fight him with his helmet on, but I
Yeah,
guess that's how you actually would do it in a battle.
Right. He took it off a few times. Oh man. Okay, anything I need to know on this fight?
Oh man, it's gonna be sealed up before I get to it,
Watch out for
apparently.
X's.
Watch out for what?
X's.
X's, okay.
Oh, they got sealed off.
Really?
Fun, guys. Yeah.
Wow.
I was skipping cutscenes and.
Man, that's bad. That's just with an HDD.
That happened to me on my first run too. It was with Nero though.
Notorious is mine by right. So that, compared to the previous dungeon, these fights seem particularly tank and spanky. Is that just like extreme overgearing?
It's overgearing.
Yeah. It'd be cool if we get to the point where we have an 8-man static. We could do high level sync on these sometimes. Right.
Well, this one has just forced me to be in here.
Cool.
Usually you do a ready check.
Yeah.
Before you do anything like that. Kind of retarded that he doesn't, but...
He's in a hurry, man. He's got places to be.
Well, he's contributing to my opinion of Dark Knights.
Yeah, this is why I said something about tomes per hour earlier.
Yeah. That's what people are obsessed with.
Right.
That's okay. It's a really... I mean, I have appreciated the dungeon. I'd be interested in maybe doing this when we get to level 60 and doing the incomplete party and just do 4-man on it.
So am I supposed to be doing shit damage right now? Is that... okay.
Yeah, I think it's story related.
Okay, 12% down. He's just a really buff guy. He is the ultimate weapon. This is an interesting problem to solve for. Like, just the fact that there are 8 people means it's much more likely that we're gonna zerg it. Oh, cool. Cool. Ooh. Cool.
He uses all of them again.
Look out!
It's cool. Big fan.
The whole 8-man zerging thing falls off completely after this because there are no more 8-man public main scenario dungeons like this.
I got
Just
you.
Trials.
And trials are usually pretty tough, right? I assume.
The story ones aren't really that tough.
Mm-hmm. It was really just Garuda then.
Yeah, it was just Garuda story mode that was tough.
Stunning, the ultimate weapon.
Right? Good deal.
No big deal, guys.
I need him to crash into that mountainside so I can go to the ancient forest so that I can get a gold chocobo. Can we watch this cutscene or no?
No, unfortunately.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess there is one thing that you couldn't see here and you will almost never see anymore with this boss, is that he will actually use the primal signature attacks as well. Like Hellfire and Aerial Shriek and stuff.
Yeah, that was really rad.
Yeah, the music is really good.
Mm-hmm. Magitek bit. Oh, okay. Sure. Well, I can't really get aggro on them. They just kind of stand and do their attack, so... I'm gonna try to kill them since I'm not a great damage dealer against the boss proper. Ooh, sweet. See a target thing all the way on the other side of the map. Oh, that's what that is. Holy crap! Right on. Cool song.
That was a Zantetsuken type.
Yeah, finish him off
Yeah,
now.
before he did it.
Should we skip this one?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Right? Thank you for asking. Yeah, it's like fighting you, Yevon. Really, Jack is the final boss.
This is one of my favorite tracks right here.
Yeah. Don't have to skip after this. Okay.
Oh god, that arch laugh. Now you can watch.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking around a little bit late. I'll be on stream for a little bit to show those cutscenes we just missed. Yeah, wow, they got out of dodge real fast.
Yeah. That last, by the way, that last fight was supposed to be much easier. It's hard to tell in relation to the others, but that was never
Lahabrea.
difficult.
Yeah.
Lahabrea was never difficult.
Yeah, it's the Yu Yevon fight. Like, this is to give you catharsis.
User disconnected from your channel.
If thou wouldst pierce the shadows, make thee a blade of light.
Lahabrea can use Ultima. That's cool. Is that like how he ends the fight if you don't finish him?
I don't remember actually.
This cutscene is very Sephiroth at the end of 7.
So does Pat get a book of light here?
That's what I'm doing.
Cool.
I just threw the book at him.
Yeah, I swung a light axe.
What?
Buddy. Thanks, Giant Crystal Heidelin. Good looking out. You guys serious? Those people didn't do anything.
They were doing all that other map stuff.
Wow, yeah. In engine. Impressed. Yeah, Ulda almost feels like the canonical starting town.
A lot of shit goes down in that city.
Yeah, like the Whispering Sands is in Thanalan, or whatever the Quicksands. Cool cutscene.
Somehow I got a player commendation. I was really
Rats.
key in that one boss fight.
Right, Yahan?
So there is a hard mode version of the Ultima fight you guys can optionally do,
That sounds great.
which might be a little more of a challenge.
Is that still 8-man?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also the first tank swap fight for most people.
Oh, interesting.
So
I like tank swap mechanics.
yeah. No, it's a good thing to learn.
It's my friend.
And so my conquest ends, Cid. In smoke and ashes.
I wonder if it's even possible to get the commendation, the golden one, before you beat the main story.
Commendation, Magitek mount.
Yeah.
Theoretically, I guess, if you run to low levels enough.
I mean, it'd be like that guy who hit max level in WoW without ever leaving the starting area.
Of course.
Darkness hath fled before the unclosed brilliance of thy spirit. Yet it lingereth still beyond the sight of men, in forgotten corners of the world. In the depths of the abyss yet resideth the Dark One, watchful ever, till this evil be cast out. Never shall the world know aught but a passing peace. Yet for the present, a gentle light shineth o'er the realm of Eorzea. With thee at its heart.
All right. Thanks, Giant Crystal.
Sparkling moat shall it swell to glorious sun, and all the world shall bask in its warmth.
So, Flarewing, you said you were forced to skip when you did that the first time, too?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but
What are you going to do?
Yeah,
Other
what
than
are you
play
gonna
it when it
do?
gets released and...
right. I mean, that's really the only content in the entire game when I started that I felt like would have been nice to be here at launch.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's kind of nice to blow through stuff when there's so much more ahead of you too.
Yeah, that
'Cause
makes sense.
you guys will have more of an appreciation now of the 850 stuff that gets opened up.
Yeah, I mean, all of the stuff that I was skipping and all the fights we were doing were really, really cool, so... That's a preview of what's coming up that I'm excited.
The flames have completed their withdrawal. Admiral, all hands accounted for.
Yeah, at release, people are nice about watching randoms, I find.
She's still in there.
And a lot of times not at release, because they've done it to where all the cutscenes are at the beginning, nobody can start till you have everybody's watched it, and then they're at the end. They're not interspersed in the middle anymore.
Good.
There's something important storyline related. They'll give you a bunch of cutscenes before the instance, and then you'll start the instance and have maybe 30 seconds, and then go.
Yeah, it makes sense. Like, the place where the cutscenes were all made sense in this one. Like, yeah, there should probably be a cutscene before we fight Nero, but if they're going to do that, they should just separate it into different turns, like with the coil.
That adventurer and the scions are as
They're also,
warriors of
it
light
helps
reborn.
more with the storytelling to make it quick. Just, you know, for example, in one of the new dungeons, there's you come upon an enemy, and in the realm Reborn, the storyline would have had him in a cutscene fighting a bunch of enemies, seeing the party approach, and then finishing off those enemies and attacking you. But they do that as you're walking up to the boss in Heaven's Word. You're like, he's sitting there fighting a bunch of enemies, you think you're about to fight 20, and then all of a sudden he does some ultimate, cleans out everybody as you're walking up to him, and it's like, alright, come fight me.
That's cool.
And it's a little bit more epic to do it that way, and time efficient.
Do it in the game rather than via cutscene.
Right.
Cutscene's kind of cheating. Sure. Cool. That theme, though. It must have been extra cool with the Lalafell. And the prologue.
The hero returns.
Look! Thancred is with her!
Thank the 12!
That's pretty satisfying. You're pretty satisfying.
Welcome home.
That's pretty cool, Darkstar. There's a song called The End Run in Mass Effect 2, kind of similar. Oh, that's cool. Is that Bahamut's corpse? Or what is that? Midgard Zormir?
You almost got us killed that one time, remember?
Now, we both know that was
Hasn't
your
shown on
fault.
stream yet.
Thank the
Gotcha.
12 we're safe.
Mind your horns there, man-bull.
Mayhap when you mind your manners.
Yeah, there's the credits.
Yeah, you'll find out
The
what that
crystal
is.
that bound
Cool.
Thancred
They may
is
tell you
no
in quest
more.
text.
I doubt we can say the same of Lahabrea.
Is each mean Yoshitaka Mono Nobuo?
We know that he is not alone. Confounded Ascians. Their god may be unknown to us, but their zeal is unquestionable.
So who is the Ascian
Suffice it
god?
to
Is that something
say,
we find out
it would
later,
be
or
folly to assume that
I
they
just
no
missed
longer
that?
pose a threat.
They'll tell you his name.
Okay.
I forget if you've heard it yet or not. You would know if you'd heard it, probably.
Gotcha. Thanks again, Matt, for hanging around late. Appreciate it. And Pat.
For now, we must savor what peace
And
we have won.
Philip.
Yeah,
Hey,
thanks
Pax
if you
with
guys
me.
were doing that for my sake too, since I couldn't be here on
You see,
Wednesday. But
Grandfather?
fun.
Our first step towards realizing the dream for which you gave your life.
Friends, the dread night of Imperial tyranny and Ascian machination is ended. A new day now begins in Eorzea.
True to their name, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, along with our champion, have delivered us from darkness.
Let their shared victories serve to remind us of our shared history. And let their bravery in the face of adversity inspire future generations.
Doubt not, the realm will need bravery in the days to come. Old rifts threaten to divide us within our walls, while hordes of beastmen claw at our gates. And though the Black Wolf be slain, the rest of the pack remains. Yet no foe need we fear, so long as we stand as one.
So long as the Scions stand for peace.
So long as our champion stands fast. For there exists no adversity over which we may not jointly prevail.
No longer can we turn a blind eye to the suffering of our allies.
No nation stands alone. If one should fall, so shall we all.
So shall we all.
Eorzea is our shared home. For any one of us to know peace, so too must our neighbor.
Just as we join in solidarity before you this day, so too shall our grand companies be joined henceforth to strive not only for the good of mere nations, but for the good of all the realm.
Change will not come overnight. Yet I foresee a day, not so very far from now, when the lines that divide
Yeah, her necklace
our
looks like a little
lands
chicken with like little glasses on its
and
beak.
all of Eorzea is one.
Stop telling me that. I don't want to look at that every time.
Looks better than an upside down
5
cow.
years since the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. No victory, however sweet, can wash away our bitter sorrows.
Biggs
No
is voiced by
triumph can
CJ3.
repay those we lost. Yet do not presume you honor them by dwelling on the past.
The hell?
It was not the past they fought for. You would repay their sacrifice by looking to the future.
A future united, as the warriors of light united in the champion.
Now is the time for us to rise as one, bearing all of Eorzea on our shoulders.
5 years ago, Eorzea bore witness to the end of the 6th Astral Era.
Oh, that's cool, Kami. It lets you skip the black screen credits, but still gives you the
Era draws to a close.
Nick Fury shows up and invites your character to join the Avengers scene.
End, but to mark a new beginning.
I've been going back and timestamping the old videos of games we've already played, and whenever there's a post-credit scene, I always timestamp it as, like, Nick Fury invites X to join the Avengers.
By the light of the crystal, Eorzea ushered in a new era.
Useful to know. It's actually useful to know that you can skip the black, because I always watch every bit of it.
Just in case.
Just
yeah.
in case I'm going to skip past something.
Right. Now we gotta see Red 13 get invited to join the Avengers.
Go.
All right, so we still shouldn't be watching the Heavensward cutscene, right?
No, don't. Honestly, I haven't even watched it since I saw it in the trailer version of the song that came out. I assume that's what it is, but I've seen the first 20 seconds. You don't want to watch it.
You can the way you can
Until,
scroll through this is pretty cool. You can like make it go faster. You can do it by alphabet.
Really?
Yeah. Kaihan, good evening to you.
What?
Yeah, you can like pause it and speed it up and slow it down. It's kind of neat. Yahon is Finnish, and his daughter Kaihan tunes in every now and then. She doesn't speak any English, but...
Ah.
Oh man, that makes sense. There's a dark, really bad crystal. To have you, Kaihan.
What was that?
That roar. It can't be.
Did you hear that?
There's no time to spare.
Where is it coming from?
Dread tidings, chaos and carnage.
Okay, I gotta get going. So.
A primal has awakened.
Later, man. Thanks again for hanging out.
See you, dude.
Yeah, don't skip that.
User disconnected from your channel.
Bahamul, move.
Cool.
One Azaz moves.
Fanzar lokpai ki hads Haldorn Zul, Ukudorn.
Feel like Organization 13.
Next of Chemuv, the only cause that pulls right on.
Epic cutscene. The saucer fish you put on the market board is sold for 28 million. They just need more zippers and they'd totally be Organization 13. Cool. So they worship evil Heidelin. Ooh. Cool. Now we have the name. Nice.
Yeah.
Tactics and Pharmacy 12. It's an Evilise summon.
Right. Yeah, I remember it from 12. I think I'd forgotten tactics.
Alright. Magitek armor.
It still might be the best mount in the game. I don't know, but
I'm just accepting the next quest, and then I'll go back to the inn and watch the stuff we missed. I'll hang out in TeamSpeak if you guys are still going to be around, but no
I'll push you to
pressure.
51.
Yeah. I think I get something at 52. I get my new stance. That was with like 1 day's worth of Beast Tribe quests on top of it, though. But it was still quite a bit of experience just from running those quests. And we got a bunch of poetics, so I'm able to buy some stuff with that. Okay, Kami. Anything in particular I should check out there? God, Minfilia, stop burdening me. Good night, Yahun. Try to sleep. Erased Wind, cool name. Classic Dragoon skill. Do we have her? So Race is the dragon in Final Fantasy Tactics. Was she in an earlier Final Fantasy too?
What was her name?
Race, R-E-I-S. It's a common dragoon ability. Like Freya has it in FF9. It's like a party region. And then in as part of the quest to unlock Cloud and Tactics, you had to rescue this dragon lady named Race. I don't know if that's the only Race or if she's been other Final Fantasies that I'm not remembering.
Maybe yeah. They pull from Tactics a lot. But
What am I looking for, Kami? Oh, how many quests just opened?
just open your map.
Yeah. Alright, sure. I see all the exclamation points. Nice. Magitek armor cannons. That's pretty cool.
That's
I don't
worth
know.
doing.
That's pretty great. Let me just discard this key. It doesn't even let you discard it. Oh man. Get hype. Turn that mount music back on, right? Awesome.
Back in my day, I had to wait 4 patches and all that to get to that music.
Gotcha, cool. Awesome. So you had this armor for a while and then they added it?
Yeah, it only came out a few months back, it feels like. But it's been there since 2.0 launched, over years.
I'm glad they added it. Cool. So this is gonna be my only mount now, basically. I can't use
Pretty
my
much.
chocobo anymore. Can't
Oh.
summon him in battle.
Oh, why would you use the chocobo?
And maybe eventually they'll let you like use a different mount other than your chocobo when you have him summoned.
I think
There's a lot
there was
of weird
something on
quality-
the Reddit about that,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, there's a lot of weird
Nice.
quality of life issues around mounts right now, like not being able to queue for dungeons. Alright, so we are running a little over time, but I would like to go watch the cutscenes that we had to skip, so I'm going to be going to the end to do that. We chat about them as we go. I'll probably just be commenting on them in between voice acting. And then I'm going to go leave and get sandwiches for my lovely wife, Andrea. She hungers. Does it show every cut, like even like the "oh, I'm turning on lights" cutscenes?
Yeah, it does.
Cool.
You may have to go to 2 separate places though.
Mhm.
In the dialogue that the AIM gives you. I think one of them is under like main scenario quests, and the other is under like raids or dungeons.
Sure.
Castrum Meridianum, so you may have to flip flop between the 2.
We've actually already seen Castrum. Let's see. Yeah, so I think we watched anything that shows as main scenario, because none of that was actually in a dungeon, so it'd have to be the stuff that's like under raids, I would guess. So if you go back and watch this Apex, it looks like you don't have to look at anything that's in main scenario quest. We saw just about all of that. Yes, that's true. Main scenario is stuff we were able to see. Yeah, we saw both of these two. Okay, Rock the Castrum we didn't see, but we saw Ultimate Weapons. The only one you need to watch in main scenario quest is Rock the Castrum, and there might be some in the dungeons that we want to go back to.
Cool.
Sterile orthodoxy. So apparently I'm gonna like Alphino's new voice actor. Is that correct? That's cool, Kami. I like when they do that, if they do it in a way that's tasteful. I feel like the NPCs, like, the people who are in your party, since there's only one Warrior of Light, are placeholders for the NPCs. Was how I was interpreting these before. They're like, oh man, you guys said that you did it, but it was really all me. Okay, cool. Let's look at the duties. Yes, duties, Andrea. Yes. Then you want to do duties Castrum and duties Praetorium.
Hopefully that mixing of the protein shake didn't come through on stream.
It did, but it fit with what was going on the screen. It was very like looking at Castrum.
Great.
It added it. It immersed me.
It's a studio apartment.
That was an unnecessary cutscene. Wow, yeah, I'm shocked at just the number of these. It was like, okay, magic armor shows up to fight us. Like, just have that happen. Like, just have the door open and have him walk out.
Yeah.
Maybe they were worried about scripting it. Oops. So. I'm really glad they had this option. This didn't exist in 11. If you were playing it, you know, a year after it came out, you were at SOL. You weren't kidding, Kami. Not the best design. I'm glad that they've learned from it, though. I mean, that's what's important.
There was so much player feedback. Like, everybody was so positive, I feel like, about this relaunch, except for that I think they had already established a pattern of listening to the fans. And this
Yeah, is that true for Western fans too? This was a serious problem in 11 that, like, you were talking to a wall. They didn't care at all. They listened to Japanese feedback, but that was it.
I've heard people say just that, but I think that was one of the universal problems.
Because at least it feels like Diablo, you know, or a Blizzard game, you can jump on their subreddit, and if everyone bitches enough about Trials being stupid, eventually they'll listen, but I feel like it's like an exercise in futility whenever someone posts something to Final Fantasy XIV subreddit, like, they should do this. Like, dude, no one is actually ever going to see that. I'm sorry. It's a cool idea.
I don't think it's that close, but I think they listen to the official forums a bit. But it is mostly the Japanese player base, and there are some weird things that player base does that we don't.
Yeah.
In particular, like over in America, we use the party finder to learn how fights go, and we use the dungeon finder, or rather vice versa. We use the dungeon finder expecting people to be noobs.
Sure.
Right. So we don't. If you dungeon finder a hard fight, then you're not expecting to clear it.
So they'll do like a pre-made, basically?
But the Japanese honor system or whatever is like, oh, we cannot queue with randoms until we are great at this fight. So there is exactly the opposite.
Huh, that's interesting. I imagine that's probably part of the reason why the Gil seller problem is such a problem, because Japanese players don't buy Gil. So they're not complaining constantly that they're getting bombarded with messages and friend requests and stuff.
Yeah. Which, luckily, I didn't get a single Guild Seller spam in Heaven's Word until the day it launched. And then I got 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's been like that since, which is a much better ratio than we have been getting.
People were thinking that Heavensward broke their scripts for like searching zones and things, and they'll probably be back up to speed.
Yeah, Kami, they have shown a couple clear cases of listening to players. The one I'm thinking about is the whole idea of level syncing you down to the lower level of a dungeon that they introduced in Heavensward. I'm pretty sure that's an American-started thing.
Really? That's a
people
great
were asking
idea.
for.
I would love to do even these dungeons we just did. If we ever get to the point where we have 8 people in the static in the free company, it'd be cool to run those again with eye level sync.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like to do a lot of the raid content that way.
Is it hard mode? Is it hard mode Praetorium, or is it just the Ultimate Weapon fight?
It's just the Ultimate Weapon fight.
Gotcha.
There's no lore associated with it. In fact, it's a hand wave of lore. There's a guy in a town in Mordona. You go up and talk to him. He's like, "I'd like to write a song about your fight with the Ultimate Weapon. Can you remember it for me?"
That's kind of a cool idea.
The idea is he embellishes the fight a little bit, so it's harder.
I
So
kind of
it's
like
kinda
that.
neat.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's clever. The thing I'm most interested in finding out is why do we lose our Magitek armor before?
There's a few fights in Coil where they haven't just nerfed the, they haven't just had a passive nerf because of eye level. They've had an active nerf to mechanics in a few fights. There were some that were super hard, and they literally changed the skill that the boss does, so it's not as hard.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think we can get that back with an eye level sync to the lowest, which is a little unfortunate.
Is that like the Echo getting stronger?
Yeah, that's part of the same thing.
Gotcha.
The Echo is just a passive buff they add over time, and between the Echo and the eye level inflation is what makes things easier for raids.
Mm-hmm.
So you can turn off the Echo if you just right-click the top, and you can eye level sync yourself down now, so you can get rid of both of those problems. But the other thing they'll do is they'll say, okay, this used to be a mechanic where if it touched you once, you're dead. Now it's a mechanic where it takes you to 50% HP.
That's just a permanent change in the
That's
mechanic.
just a permanent change in the mechanic.
That's probably fine though, because I'm sure they have to do some fight tuning where a mechanic is overkill and like it never should have been that brutal in the first place. You know what I mean? At least that's how. Or do you get the sense that they're tuning it down because okay, now the hardcore people have gotten through it, let's make it easier.
No, there's some of both. Like the Twin Tanya that we keep talking about, when it first launched, there was a mechanic that was way, way harder than I think they intended, and they just almost immediately nerfed that after like a week or something. I wasn't there for that, so maybe the timeline's a little off, but that was clearly not something they intended, so it got fixed. But there's other fights like Turn 7, for instance, that used to be just incredibly mechanic heavy that now is just a joke. It used to be one of the most hard fights in the game.
Sure.
Unfortunately, I was not there for either at the start of both of those.
Gotcha.
So I would like to have known what people went through.
Right. Well, I got to watch that horrific like 1.0 Aurum Vale video, and I'm like, no, I'm glad I wasn't here for that. I'm rewatching the cutscenes now in my Fisher gear. That's my true endgame class.
There you go.
All this is just a front so I can go fish in Ishgard.
Didn't they nerf the trash or something, Darkstar? Something really silly.
Which turn were you on when Heavensward launched, Darwin?
I'm on turn 9, which
gotcha.
I spent about 30 minutes in one raid with it that was going nowhere. There was a bunch of people queued for it, just like learning group. I haven't done turns 1 through 8, but I know this is important. Let's go see what this is about.
Oh God.
And that was just not going anywhere. Meanwhile, I'd sat here and I'd watched all the videos. I did all the normal prep that I do.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I'm gonna need to take an afternoon and queue up with a bunch of people who know what they're doing.
Yeah.
To make a good shot at this. And at that time, I just didn't prioritize it. So.
Right. I guess we'll have a better chance if we have the 5 of us. If Cappy comes too. When we get there.
I mean, if you just want to beat it, me or anyone else, you can just easily get a group to take you through it, and you can just wipe on the outside of the arena, and they'll take you through it. And
yeah, but I kind of want to do it legit, though.
But that doesn't mean anything to me to do it that way. I want to learn the fight, beat it, legit, gain the skill set. So, I'll do that eventually, but it's probably going to be a while before people go back to that content, so we'll see.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna fight you with my fishing rod. Okay, I think we watched this one.
Yeah, it's interesting, Darkstar. It's like punishing you for being too good.
Yeah.
There's a fight like that in the Crystal Tower casual raid that it still kills people because it's a punishment for being overgeared on this. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. But it's hilarious to watch people wipe to that.
Really liked all of the music in the last 2 dungeons.
Yeah. This music, man, it's half the reason.
Yeah. I'm impressed too, like, it pretty much took Revo with Bravely Default to pull me out of the, man, Square's never going to make a game with music that I'm really going to enjoy anymore since they don't have Nobuo or Yasunori Mitsuda. Yeah. But Bravely Default has an outstanding soundtrack. This game is really good. Like, I like the Kingdom Hearts soundtrack, but I don't know, it just doesn't grab at me the way that so many Uematsu tracks do. She's pretty good. She also does the soundtrack for Mario RPG, a bunch of other stuff. The Kingdom Hearts lady.
Okay.
Yeah, Yoko Shimomura.
Mario RPG tracks are catchy. But
yeah. She did stuff for Street Fighter 2, but we don't know which song she did for Street Fighter 2. If she did like Guile's theme, then all sins are forgiven.
Right. End your career on that. If you wanted to.
Parasite Eve, Legend of Mana.
Yeah, I know you guys want to get to the story in Heaven's Word, but I want us to go through Coral at some point.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Because it's just going to be so much less of a headache to have people I can count on to learn mechanics after the first couple of tries.
Right.
For fights like T9. This is...
Wow, it's a shame we missed this cutscene. This is cool.
Yeah, this is Von Baelsar's modus operandi.
Yeah, man, my plan would be let's beeline to Heavensward, and then as soon as it's unlocked, let's go back and try to do everything pre-Heavensward. And we can use some of the Heavensward gear to kind of to give us a little bit of like buffer room if we're having trouble, but I'd also be fine with level syncing if it's a 4-man thing.
Sure.
Is there any like super hard 4-man content, or is most of the super hard content 8-man?
No, I'm gonna check through the list right now. I don't think anything super hard 4-man.
Other than like Garuda, OG
Yeah.
Garuda.
Are there even any more 4-man primals in this entire game? There may not be.
I see. Well, it's kind of tough if you want to have like tank mechanics. You have to have at least 2. So.
Yeah. The only tough 4-man content that comes to mind is potentially some of the Heavensward stuff that you'll get into. And
Cool.
even then, as I go back and rerun some of the dungeons that I thought were, oh, we just got by the skin of our teeth there, they're not so bad. It's just
Yeah.
that the spectacle is so big and there's so much going on that things look direr than they actually are.
I
in
see.
A sense.
Yeah.
But I've only done everything once or twice, so I'm gonna evolve that opinion as I keep going back through these roulettes.
I'm down with 8-man content doesn't turn me off in general. I mean, I certainly prefer 4-man when possible, but I would like to see 8-man content that we can't just completely cheese like we did with that last one. Like, maybe we could have queued for Praetorium with high level sync turned on, and that would have kept out the people who were there for tomes. Then also, it could have been that no one would have queued for it at all, because I bet very few people are actually using that feature right now. So, I don't know.
I think that'll help, but at the same, you guys will be going through some hard mode versions of the trials for the story. Those will be a little step up without being too hard. They'll be mostly 8-man. If you want to start dipping your toes into something challenging, then try some of the extreme trials. I would
Primals,
say, yeah, they'll usually be pretty quick.
From titles of songs and the soundtrack and things like that, I haven't been able to evade. There's a fight with a good king. I won't say anything else. I'm kind of excited for. I know nothing about it other than the name of the primal fight.
What's it called?
Good. Well, the song is "Good King" something something. I
Oh.
won't say the something something. Yeah. I didn't listen to the song, but I know of his existence, and that lets me infer some things about it. You have to have a full party for high-level sync. I didn't know that. Awesome. I need to find. Well, we'll keep going. I mean, worst case, we could always come back to that stuff as we get enough viewers that we could actually do it with 8-men pre-made.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah. That'd be fine to go cheese it in the meantime, like go do it at level 60 with 4 men. That might be fun. I wonder, like, is the 8-man content tuned such that if you go and do it with 4 people that it's reasonably challenging if they're at level 60?
I do not know.
Yeah, because we might be discovery territory for that.
Yeah, don't look at Mr. Happy's guides. I agree with that.
What makes his guides bad?
They're verbose when they don't need to be.
Sure.
And he's the common critique is he put his stuff out so quick that he literally gets carried through the fights by other people. That he doesn't learn the fights, but he just gets carried through them, so he can put his video out so quick.
That's frustrating.
It-
There
his
is
also
definitely
takes
a
20 minutes. He's expecting a 4-minute fight. So.
There's definitely a who gets it first problem with YouTube. I noticed that, like, I got my Earthbound Beginnings video out, and it's not a particularly good video. I mean, it was 6 hours. It was a day that E3 was running on, so Twitch went down for 30 minutes. So 30 minutes of the video, since I couldn't edit it, is me standing in my mom's house for 30 minutes. And, like, I have, like, 1,000 or 1,200 views on that video just because I posted it the day after it was released on the Virtual Console. Like, I don't know how many people are watching a 6-hour video, but it's snowballed out of control since everything sorts by view count.
It's actually pretty neat.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of cool to see behind the scenes and that kind of thing.
Well, it's just like anything you've ever seen on Reddit, right? Where the first couple of posts are the ones that get all the upvotes eventually.
Mm-hmm.
It's people adding on to an opinion they see.
Right.
More so than adding something novel.
Love seeing my character take out her fishing rod. Ready to go. Yeah, Steel Rain is a bitchin' song. I'll pick that up on Theater Rhythm. Right on Darkstar.
Yeah,
Remember Dolphy
Magitek
is really good.
is great.
Mhm.
I like her content as well.
Guild Wars 2 and Knights of the Republic had a Dolphy. She was really, really great at putting out quality content. She'd wait until they had all the facts.
Right. It's good, and a little bit of editing goes a long way in those videos. If you're trying to explain some complex positionals of, okay, here's 3 different ways these dragons can appear dispersed around your circular container. I mean, just throw up a drawing with some colors and some dots. That makes all the difference in the world in trying to explain it. You know, make a couple of runs of yourself doing it, and have some visual cues on the actual screen of the fight while you're doing the. I mean, not hard to do.
Right.
But.
I think Dolphy would like this game way more
Yeah.
than Guild Wars 2. Okay, Steel Reason, sure. Not Steel Rain. Got it. The Garlean song with steel in it. You wouldn't be able to tell on Theater Rhythm anyway because it's so irritating, man. I don't know if you've looked at the DLC at all, but like for whatever reason, and rather than looking at like what have people been calling this song in the West for a long time, they just retranslated everything. So I'm trying to think of an example, but okay, so like Bravely Default, Wicked Flight is the song that plays, and like I can't say when it plays. It's a spoiler, the big spoiler in Bravely Default. In its final form, it plays Wicked Flight. They translate that as like evil wings or something. So like you can kind of figure out what they mean, but they do that for all the songs and all the different Final Fantasies. It's not those who fight further. It's like the people who are fighting again or something like that. And you're like, what? And when you go in the DLC store, it doesn't like play a sample or something for you to figure out what it is. You just have to kind of deduce it. Yeah, right.
Those who fight again.
Those the people who are on their second fight. And then continue fighting after that.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about God. You're too bloody useful. The interference is getting worse.
Oh, cool. I am sad we missed that.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
I fight for Squall, Ellipsis. Oh.
Yeah, Sid's a real bro. I like Sid a lot. If I could make a party of characters that I would like to travel with at all times in Final Fantasy XIV, Sid would be in it. And a lot of the others, frankly, are in Heavensward. So that's part of why I like it so much, is they figured out a lot of, well, they took the best characters they had, and they put them in the storyline, and then they made a real effort at developing the new characters.
That's cool.
Even above and beyond what they had already had to work with, so.
They were saying that there are some fights where they actually get included now in the dungeons.
Yep.
That's cool. I think that's adds depth to the dungeon if they do it in a way that's smart and doesn't irritate you with their bad AI. I'm excited. I fight for my friends, exactly, Kami.
So long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this. And you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Soir, to grovel at their feet? The answer?
A pretty cool speech from Gaius.
For the world of man to mean anything, man must own.
Yeah, he's not a cartoon villain.
No, I don't think so.
His voice is very much traditional fantasy villain, but his reasons,
yeah,
at least as translated, are
I'm with
solid.
Dust of battle settles.
They're Machiavellian, but they're there.
Mhm.
Got a reason.
Making a fair point. Well, Louis Swab believing in God's for me, and innovation's a good word.
Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule.
Big fan of the writing for Gaius. Or the localization, I should say. I understand that the reason Koji Fox's localization is so good is that he does not make any attempt to like do a direct translation. He tries to get the spirit and use like English idioms that roughly get the same idea across.
Yeah, and he's totally okay, and you know it's obvious when you listen to the Japanese and you read it. He's totally okay with saying, okay, what is this character's personality? What would someone with this personality say in English? And then completely just
change everything.
What's actually being said. If it's some stock Japanese phrase like, you know, like just repeating what they said, or like they do in call and response, or if it's just something, a two-word phrase,
nutty,
a verb, then he'll totally get at the spirit of the character and go right to the heart of how you'd actually respond normally.
Oh, really? That's cool, Kami.
I was reading that. That was an interesting article with Koji Fox. So it's kind of neat. Like they'll take the French team to call all the names of the Elven characters, for example. That's why they have names like Archifant and stuff like that.
Louis Sois.
And they'll, you know, I think there's more interplay between the English and Japanese, but it really is a big team doing.
That's really cool, and that's super unusual. Yeah, I saw that they went to the trouble of listing like the German and French voice actors in the credits. Yeah, quality shows, I think.
Bear witness to the true power of the Ultima weapon.
Right, Darkstar, he's like, you know what? It's badass time. I'm gonna turn gold. What's the name of the Ultima Weapon song so I can listen to it off stream?
I think I usually just go to YouTube and type in Ultima
Weapon. Sure.
Honestly. Not sure if that's part of the soundtrack or not. The Reborn soundtrack that you can find doesn't have really all the tracks because it was released very early. I think Ultima Weapon is on there, but a lot of the 2.0 to 2.5 content is not.
Your foe
So people just YouTube it all.
under the protection of the crystal she bears.
So, this is what empowers her.
Ultima, cool.
Beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must need. And so it shall. For the Ultima weapon is host to a power of.
I don't think anyone's going to play Final Fantasy XI from scratch again, so I feel like it's in the statute of limitations for spoilers. There's a similar reveal at the end of 11 that, like, the Shadow Lord is just this random Gulka guy that got kidnapped.
It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose
The song from that fight is really cool, even if you haven't played the game. I feel like I'm glad that I played the game because now I listen. Cause I listen to a lot of these Final Fantasy 14 songs in theater rhythm without knowing any of the context. I didn't really care. I was like, okay, whatever. It's cool, I guess. It's interesting how important that is to appreciating the music, you know. Oh yeah, this played when I fought the boss, or.
A spell without parallel.
Oh, awesome, Kami.
Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core.
Lahabrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my...
Damn you, Asien.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power.
Huh, I wonder why they made the Lahabrea fight a joke.
Pit of the seven hells, to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble.
An endurance run they didn't want people to fail on? I don't know.
Yeah. Because the cutscene makes it seem like he's way cooler than Ultima Weapon. But maybe it was just like, okay, we just made this really hard Ultima Weapon fight.
Well, he's very powerful, and you did see in the ending cutscene that he's still there somehow.
Yeah.
Technically,
That's
you're
a pretty
fighting him
cutscene.
fused with the Ultima Weapon, right?
Right.
So...
Well, I guess we did this fight for real. So, like, the Lahabrea by himself, that's what I'm confusing it with. I forgot there was another fight in the middle here. This is a pretty rad cutscene.
Devastation. This was not my intention.
Oh, Heidelin, it seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left.
So he, like, uses some crazy attack, and Heidelin blocks it once, and then if you let him charge it again, you die, I think.
Baelsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Asien. But first, I must deal with you. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Really enjoy the cinematography in these cutscenes. They do a good job with camera angles. Oh, crap. There's one more cutscene, and then I can do a sign off. Yeah.
No! No, no, no!
It's not gold anymore.
Heed me. The subjects of a weak ruler must need. The misguided elevate the frail. Unless a man up. You of all people.
And we never get to see Gaius without his mask. Is that, like, unique to Nero, I guess?
I think he is the only one we've seen without his mask so far.
Wow, that's a really cool cutscene. I'm shocked they did that with the engine.
They do a lot of stuff in engine. I'm kind of amazed that all the Heavensward content I played through was only like 10 gigabytes to...
Oh yeah? Cool.
Like, kind of ridiculous, all the in-engine stuff they did there.
You were entrusted with the ultimate weapon. And still, you failed.
So Asians aren't Humes? Or what do they call them in this one? Hures?
The growing imbalance.
Yeah. Did I call him Hume? I think I call him Hume in the Galkas, and I never even played 11.
Yeah, I keep calling him Hume.
Very laws of existence.
I keep stopping myself from calling the Lalafell Tarutarus and Rogadin Galka.
Beyond all recognition. Know you the root of this corruption?
Cody and what's the other one for the cat people?
Mithra.
She must be burned out.
Yeah, I think I know that it's the Mikoti. I think I know because all their names have apostrophe in them as well.
It was just Elven too.
Pave the way for the Master's return. A chaotic confluence of untold proportions must needs be brought about. And
You like to say must needs.
and your scion accomplices cannot be suffered to interfere in this endeavor. You will not leave this place alive. It is past time your flame was extinguished, bringer of light.
I was saying, if they say boiled leather... It stands out to me when I'm reading, because George R. R. Martin is a big fan of that phrase, too. Must needs. Clearly, Koji Fox's, there's all kinds of Song of Ice and Fire references in Final Fantasy XIV and Tactics. Alright, so I'm going to hop out of TeamSpeak for a sec to sign off. Catch you later. Flare Wing.
Cool. See ya.
Alright, guys. Thanks for hanging out on Twitch today. I know we ran over time by quite a bit to finish up those cutscenes. I'm going to give you an update on what's coming up for the rest of this week. Tomorrow, Monday, is 6 hours of Zelda Skyward Sword. We'll be continuing to do 1 day per week of any, whatever franchise we're currently working on. For now, it's going to be Zelda, and we'll probably be Zelda for, I would guess, the rest of 2015, given how many games there are in that series. So tomorrow will be 6 hours of Zelda. Next week, Tuesday, will be 6 hours of Zelda, and so on. As soon as we beat a game in the series, we'll move to the next one. Tuesday is going to be Xenoblade Chronicles, Final Fantasy V, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, and Silent Hill 2. It's a new game. Wednesday is going to be PC free play. So Steam games, you guys can add me on Steam and look at my library if you have any suggestions. Otherwise, I'm just going to play stuff from my library that I know is good, that I might not necessarily get to, otherwise in a full playthrough. With Final Fantasy XIV from 3 to 7:30, we'll be continuing doing the main story stuff. Thursday is going to be Ogre Battle, Smash Brothers 4 for the 3DS, and Wii U if people want to play on there, but mostly for 3DS. Final Fantasy 9 and Mass Effect 2. And then next week, Friday, July the 3rd, will be Dragon Age Inquisition from 12 to 6. Andrea has off work for the 4th of July, U.S. holiday, so we'll be taking that opportunity to blind play through that game. Saturday, I have Final Fantasy XIV on the schedule, and I will keep it there. We won't be doing main story, though, as Apex will be out of town. Instead, I will be doing the Hildebrand set side quests. If anyone who has been in TeamSpeak wants to join, we can discuss it together. Otherwise, I'll just be running them for the 4 hours. And then we'll resume the main story the following Wednesday, July the 8th. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Have a good rest of your Sunday, and catch you next time.